normally get. It's going to be, I'd imagine, quite missable, right? Normally you get the odd little bit, though. I mean, I remember last time that little girl who said that she wanted to hug Michael Cole. Do you remember that? Triple H getting the little girl up out of the crowds, and she wanted to give Michael Cole a hug. That was pretty funny. And there was a couple of other little bits in there. But to be honest, not really anything that massive. And yeah, I kind of feel like we're in for something similar here. This is just going to be the final touches, the final promos, the final confrontations just before we get to tomorrow. So always worth a look, though. Always worth just having keeping an eye on, just in case. You never know. But yeah, really tonight is about Smackdown. So what we're going to do is we're going to chat for the next 20 odd minutes or so, go to the kickoff show. Then, of course, we've got a little bit of a break in between this and the start of Smackdown. So we'll just chat as we usually do. And then we'll get to Smackdown. And on the show tonight, we've got the breakdown here. On the show tonight, we've got Cody Rhodes and Solo Sikoa engaging in their final face-off. We've got Bianca and Jade taking on Alba and Isla. They're going after the women's tag titles. We've also got DIY battling the Bloodline for the WWE Tag Team Championships. And we've got Logan Paul receives a Cleveland homecoming. Now, I don't know how Cleveland are going to react to Logan, because I've seen Jake fight in Cleveland, and it was a very mixed reaction, to be honest. I don't know. He divides opinion even amongst people from Cleveland, seemingly. So I don't know if Prime and the success of that, and maybe the fact that he's, I don't know, distanced himself from the Suicide Forest stuff. You know, I don't know if any of that is gonna mean he gets a decent reaction. Obviously, you've got the crypto scam stuff. You've then also got the controversy of yesterday that we were looking at, and the fact that that all kind of spiraled out of control. So, you know, there's just always a lot of baggage with Logan, isn't there? So I really don't know what kind of reaction he gets. I really don't know what to expect there, but we do have Logan on the show. So, yeah, honestly, we may get a surprise or two tonight. A few people looking at this wondering if we might get Jimmy Uso. The reason for that, because obviously we got the Bloodline in action, and you could bring Jimmy back tomorrow with Roman, if Roman's back tomorrow, of course. Feels like he's going to be, but you could also bring Jimmy back tonight. It could be that you use Jimmy's return tonight to provide a bit of a moment, and then you do Roman tomorrow. So, I don't know, there's a few different ways you can go. And obviously, I don't know if you've heard, but rumors of the Hardy Boyz. They have been spotted in Cleveland, and apparently they have met with WWE officials. So, don't know quite what that means. But we know that they are available. I don't know what their deal with TNA is, but it doesn't really matter. WWE are working with TNA anyway, so, like, you know, there can be some movement there. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect out of that, to be honest. For me personally, I'm not looking for Jeff or Matt to do anything solo wise. I would be up for a tag team run, but I would also be looking for this to be the end. You know, if I was Triple H, I really wouldn't mind bringing the Hardys in and maybe building towards a big farewell at WrestleMania 41 or something like that, or maybe next year's SummerSlam, give them 12 months. But I would need to know what they're thinking, where their heads are at. But the Hardys definitely deserve that final run. And just judging by what I saw in AEW, it definitely feels like they're not the team they were. It definitely feels like there's a step or two that's been missed now. I mean, it definitely feels like their career has run its course. and that they're in the home straight, you know. Sometimes that can be very difficult for wrestlers to accept, and I don't know where they are in regards to accepting that. I don't know if they want to continue another 5 years or so, or if they are also thinking, no, this would be a good time for us to kind of wrap this up now, you know. Surely they've made their money by now. I mean, they've been like superstars for so long. But then equally, we know that Jeff's had his demons and everything. So I don't know. It'd be a very interesting meeting with the Hardys, but I think we're clearly more towards the end than anywhere else in their journey. So yeah, we'll have to see what comes of that. So yeah, that's what we've got tonight, and it should be a good show. I know that these go home shows can be a little bit hit and miss. I know these go home shows can be a little bit not too fussed if I catch it or don't catch it kind of a thing. But I think they've done a good job here of putting on 2 tag title matches. And also, it is SummerSlam. It is the biggest party of the summer. So hopefully we can get something good tonight. Jim Taylor, shout out to you. Jojo, shout out to you as well. And Niall said, Days, just one vital thing. Lyra Valkyria dancing. I know. I did manage to get my reaction up to that. And also the Wyatt 6 moments from Monday. They went up on TikTok and Instagram. Unfortunately, I can't put them up on YouTube because I do try to add the footage now of what I'm reacting to. And I just, all the time, I keep getting notifications of old videos that are being taken down. Or are being blocked in certain countries. If it's got footage, like actual WWE footage somewhere, then, you know, it just keeps getting hit for some reason. So YouTube has got a very low tolerance when it comes to that. If others are getting around it, I'd love to know how, because I just can't get around it. I just keep getting hit. So not copyright strikes, just copyright claims, which are slightly different. It means that it doesn't really affect the channel, it just affects the video. A copyright strike affects the channel, a copyright claim affects the video. I keep getting copyright claims, so I can't put them up on YouTube. So I can put them up on Instagram, I can put them up on TikTok, I can put them up on Facebook. I can't put them up on Twitter. I could, but both reactions went about 4 minutes long. And the maximum length I can put up on Twitter is about 2 minutes 20. So they were too long for Twitter. So that was the reason for that. So, yeah, if you're not following me on TikTok or following me on Instagram, I am putting a lot more stuff up there now. I am putting up a lot of reaction clips and stuff that doesn't make it onto YouTube, because I do include the footage. So there'll be a lot of stuff on there which you might not have seen if you unless you watched every stream. So yeah, there's some good stuff going up on those channels now. So yeah, Lyra, I did manage to catch it and put a little clip up for it. James said, Days, I wouldn't look too much into the Hardys being in Cleveland. They're there for WrestleCon. They're probably just meeting old friends whilst they're there. Well, you could be right, but they have met with WWE officials, which this break-in from, where's it come from? PW Insider, 50 minutes ago. Matt and Jeff met with WWE officials earlier today. No word on what was discussed, but have heard that some content was filmed to be rolled out via WWE Digital. So it feels like there's more to it than just they're there for, you know, a WrestleCon. I heard that Zilla is in Cleveland, and that got a lot of people excited, but I heard that he might be there for like GCW. I mean, James makes an excellent point. You're going to see a lot of people in Cleveland that are not WWE superstars, like the Hardys, like Zilla Fatu, like loads of people. That doesn't mean they're going to be involved. It doesn't mean they're going to be on the show. What you get with SummerSlam is very similar to what you get with WrestleMania, and that is that you've got this big event, and it brings all the indies into the area because they know there's going to be a load of fans that are going to go to SummerSlam. Well, maybe they'll check our show out as well. Maybe they'll go into to do this meet and greet or whatever, right? I mean, you've got a load of wrestling fans, thousands and thousands of wrestling fans. So it's just a great opportunity to bring your show there as well. So this is why there's loads of non-WWE wrestlers that are there. Very similar to what we see at WrestleMania time. But I don't know, this PW Insider thing, it just feels like there might be something else a little more this time here. But I can see Corey saying, could it be talks for a Hall of Fame induction? Which is a really good shout, isn't it? If you think about it, really good shout. I mean, they absolutely deserve it, and they both deserve to go in, the Hardys. I mean, I know that Jeff said he got asked if he wanted to go in, but he said he wouldn't unless Nat went in as well, and they went in together, which is lovely. And who knows if that was not part of the conversation. So could be lots of reasons for talking. I definitely think there's still something you can get out of them, though. Whatever's happening, I still think there's something you can get out of them. Even if it's just a few matches, even if it's just a lot of interviews and a lot of, I don't know, 6-man tag matches where, you know, they're in the ring a little bit, but they're not having to carry the full weight of the match. And then you do the odd tag match and you build up to like a big final tag match. But again, I just don't know where they are. It always strikes me that they've wrestled a lot, and they sort of strike me as a team that's going to struggle to call it a day. I don't know why, I just get that vibe. I get that vibe that they're going to really struggle. This has been their life. This is their passion. I think they've really grown up with wrestling. This is not just, something that generates money for them. This is their legacy. I think they take it very, very seriously. And I think that this is going to be a tough one for them to walk away from. So, I don't know. I just get that vibe that they're going to struggle. I don't know why. I just get that vibe. Kian said, Days, hope you're doing well. But thanks for the retweet. I'm excited for Cody to win, Roman to arrive tomorrow, and I hope that Jimmy comes back tonight. Yeah, that would be good if we got a little Jimmy Uso, if we got an Uso moment tonight. I agree, that would be good. I do feel like we need a talking point or something tonight. Hopefully we get something. Jimmy Uso would be lovely. Bubba Joe said, are you satisfied with the SummerSlam match cards? Bubba Joe, shout out to you. I would say yes and no. I mean, I've been quite vocal about not liking Seth being the guest ref, and I still stand by that. For me, you know, we've been talking about CM Punk all year about what match is going to have and where it's going to be happening and what storylines they've got. I mean, don't forget when he first arrived at Survivor Series, it was Drew and Seth that stormed out. So, I mean, you can go all the way back to the very second he came back. We've been building this. And I just sort of feel like him against Drew is the match. And I think that we just haven't, because of Seth's injury, found a place for Seth on this card. And Seth's too big to leave off. And so they've gone, well, should we just make him special guest ref? I don't get the feeling that this is... I just don't get the feeling this story works, to be honest. I mean, I know they tried to explain it on Monday by saying you've scared all the officials away. No one wants to officiate this match. I just think that's ridiculous. I think it's such a stupid reason. So dumb. Like, that was never explained by Adam Pearce. Like, you've scared all the officials off. I mean, why would they have scared all the officials off? So I don't know. I just think like you've got this really good match, this really red hot feud, and then you put in a clown in the middle of it to be the referee. I mean, look, I like Seth, and he's a fantastic wrestler, but he's gonna get in the way, isn't he? He's going to get in the way. There's going to be shenanigans. And I'm not really looking for shenanigans on CM Punk's first match back. I'm not really looking for shenanigans. I'm looking for CM Punk to show up and show out. I'm looking for him to show generations of WWE fans that have never seen him wrestle, right? Unless they've gone back and watched his old matches. He's been gone for 10 years. 10 years. That is, I mean, several lifetimes. If you think when you're a kid, like, say you get into wrestling when, like, you know, you're 7 or 8, chances are you may not still be watching it when you're 17 or 18 because you may have moved on to girls or something else, right? So, like, there's a whole group of people I have when Punk was not around and got back out of it again, right? He's been gone that long. So I sort of feel like this first match, this is your opportunity to show people what Punk is all about. This is your opportunity to really give them that taste. And I'm just worried that you're not going to really get the taste because there's just going to be a load of nonsense. And I kind of feel like maybe if the story had been a bit better, maybe if, like, this made a lot more sense as to why Seth was being the special guest ref, I'd be okay with it. But it just really feels like, to me, we haven't got a place for Seth on this card. Let's put him here. Just make him the host. Just make him the host of SummerSlam instead. And leave this match as being one-on-one. And, you know, I would have gone down those roads. So I can't shake that. I'm sure Seth's going to play a part. And I have no doubt that it'll knock on to what comes after. But this feels a little bit like when we just threw away the Money in the Bank. Like, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. Drew winning Money in the Bank and then cashing in and that cash-in being foiled is one of the worst decisions of the year, in my opinion. It's just an absolute waste of Money in the Bank. And really, what did it add to the feud? Very little. Very little. Because this feud was red hot anyway. So sacrificing that cash-in, it did nothing, really. All you did was you threw it away. You wasted it. So, I mean, the fact that Punk screwed Drew in Scotland should be enough. That should be it. That's all it needed, right? And then, of course, Drew responded by beating up Punk in Chicago. So, you know, this fire was raging anyway. We didn't need the Money in the Bank thing, and we certainly don't need Seth now. So I am looking at that going, oh my God, how have you managed to overbutt this? Even Punk, and I'm sure others picked up on this, right? The channels. Even Punk said you being involved feels like a hat on a hat, which is a line that Jim Cornette uses when you've just gone too far with something. And it was really funny, I thought, that Punk was kind of referencing that. Like, you being involved here is like a hat on a hat. Because he's not wrong. Like, we've gone too far with this. Like, he doesn't need to be in this match. I even saw Simon Miller, who is not someone that I watch, but I've got no issue with him. I just don't watch him. I don't watch What Culture or anything, but I know of him. Seems like a really nice guy. Again, no issue. But he's got a personal channel that's just his channel. And I saw earlier today he did a video on that, which was, is Seth ruining Drew versus CM Punk? And I thought that's a really interesting video to make because that is how I feel as well. Like, we don't need him. I don't know what conclusion Simon came to, but I think the fact he's even making the video makes me think, yeah, I feel that way. So, a bit down on that. It's hard to get too excited about Solo and Cody because I don't think that's the main event any of us wanted. Solo just hasn't been built up. I think we were hoping more for Cody Rock, which is a big ask, but SummerSlam should be a big show. I mean, it was only a few years ago we got Brock against Roman, and then we got that tractor, you know, that flipped the ring up and everything, and it's like, this should be a big show. So we shouldn't look at this as like, oh no, you do rock Cody at WrestleMania. Well, this is the WrestleMania of the summer. This is meant to be a big show. Like, you can't do everything at WrestleMania, so, and we haven't. We've done massive matches at SummerSlam before, so I think there's excitement for it because of Roman coming back, to be honest. If it weren't for the Roman thing, I think that match would be one that people would be a bit like, okay, not really the main event I'm after. But whatever. Outside of that, I think the rest of the card's all right. Yeah. Outside of that, I think the rest of the card's all right. I mean, Bayley against Nia isn't that exciting, but you do have Tiffany and the cash-in, and I think there is a chance that Nia could win. I think there's a chance, and I think it's thanks to Tiffany again. I think Tiffany winning Money in the Bank was actually a very good move. A very good move. Because I think with Nia having the belt, that means that she's got the Money in the Bank person next to her. They could be friends, and you could do loads of times where Nia's down and Tiffany's on the outside with her briefcase. Just sort of like you can see the cogs in her head going, do I? Don't I? What do I do? That's my friend, but I want the belt. And I just think you could have that situation play out quite a few times all the way up to WrestleMania, you know? And I think there's a lot of mileage in them two together. Champ and briefcase holder together. I like that. I think there's a chance that Nia could get the belt as a result. But equally, Bayley's title run doesn't really feel like it's got going. So, I don't know. You might look at that match go, oh, I'm not really bothered by it. But I look at it and go, well, there's a chance that that could go either way, you know. There's a chance that could go either way. And then I look at Bron Breakker against Sammy. Pretty confident Bron Breakker's going to win. I suppose I'm interested to see how they do it. How dominant is Bron going to be in that match? How good is Bron Breakker going to look in that match? I think he looks real good in that match, right? But I'm very interested to see, like, is it going to be a squash? Are they going to bury Sammy? I feel good he's winning it. But I am interested to see how. How does he win it? How dominant does he look? Is it going to be really close? Are they going to keep Sammy fairly protected? Will there be cheating? Will Bron have to cheat to win? Or is he just going to smash him? Bron wins it, but how? Then, of course, I think the match that's probably had the best build, Rhea and Liv. Brilliant. Love that. I think Rhea and Liv is about as built as well as you could make it, to be honest. I think it's really good. Lots of potential for outside interference. Maybe Dom, maybe Finn. Yeah, like that. Damian, Gunther. Okay, yeah. Not the match that I think we would necessarily choose. I think Gunther's amazing, but Damian, I don't know. He's been an okay champion, but I've seen more botches out of him than I have banging matches. I'm waiting for that match that really blows me away with Damian. I sort of feel like he is got a good look. I think that he's got a great voice for promos. I think he's really grown whilst being in the Judgment Day. I think that he just is missing those really banging matches. Maybe that arrives at SummerSlam. Perhaps this match with Gunther will be the kind of match that I'm waiting for. But, you know, I in my mind, I see him tangled up in the ropes. In my mind, I see the ref not counting a 3 when he should. You know, I see a few botches. I see a few mistakes. And it's not really fair to hold that against him. And I'm not holding it against him. But I'm just saying that, you know, I can't sit here and say it's been an amazing title run, you know, and name all of these fantastic matches when I just think that he really has been okay. It's been okay. So, you know, would I much rather Gunther face Ilya or Sammy or, you know, Seth, or I don't know, I could go down quite a list of, you know, Finn Balor. Finn Balor would be a match that I think I'd enjoy more. Certainly if Finn was going to bring the demon Finn against Gunther, I'd take that. But, you know, it's still for the World Championship. Damian is still the World Champion. There's still a chance Damian retains. So, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. It's Gunther. It's going to be okay. That's my motto. It's Gunther. It's going to be okay. And then, of course, the disappointment of no Wyatt 6. So, I don't know. It's such a weird card, this one, because I think it's solid. I think it's solid. I think it's good. But I don't know that I can, like, really go, you know, talk about it being a mind-blowing card or something that's like, you know, oh my God, it's the best card of the year. Like, I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way for the reasons that I've given, but I think that it's solid. I think it's good. I think there's loads of opportunity in there for moments and talking points, and that's what you want, really. That's what you want. So, yeah, that's my honest feedback when it comes to the SummerSlam card. I think that it's got some really good bits to it. I think it's got some bits that I would question. I'm disappointed about the Wyatt 6 thing, but, you know, I get it at the same time, but equally, I don't. I mean, I kind of get it because they want Raw to bring in viewers, and they're on Sci-Fi, and they're going up against the Olympics. But equally, we'll move another match then. Move another match. Why has it got to be the Wyatt 6? I really feel like the Wyatt 6, they're all about how they've been overlooked. They're all about how they've been pushed to the side. They're all about how they've been undervalued. And then you get to your first PLE whilst they're on the card, whilst they've debuted, and you don't put them on it. I mean, it's like, if I was Howdy, I'd go mental. If I was Howdy, is this not just exactly everything that's been said? Howdy has said that this is what was happening, and this is the whole reason why he's here, is to change this, and now they're still not on the SummerSlam cards. I mean, I don't know what deal he broke with Adam Pearce, right? But I thought it was one where they would get the matches that they wanted. We'll stop terrorizing you if you give us what we want. You give us what we want, we'll give you what you want, right? We want to be able to, you know, be on the show and pick our targets and have our matches. And what we'll do for you is we won't attack Gorilla, we won't attack producers, we won't attack, right? That's what I took the conversation as. But now they're not on SummerSlam, right? Okay. It's not the end of the world. I just think, like, I don't know, man. I think we could have done better there. Let's put it that way. So yeah, a bit of a mixed bag, but one that's more positive than negative, definitely. One that's more positive than negative. Right, we are going over to this show. We're about to start with this. Bubba Joe said, would Cody Jacob have been bigger? I think people would have looked forward to it a bit more. It's weird because Jacob's not really been in WWE very long, has he? So I can understand why they want to go with Solo instead. It's just Jacob has made such an impression in such a short space of time. It really is amazing how much of an impact Jacob has had, actually. He's just arrived and just blown everyone's minds. And I don't know if WWE thought that he would make that impression that quickly. But, I mean, I don't know about you. For me personally, I'd be more excited for Jacob versus Cody. But I can understand why we're not doing it. Because there's just no way of knowing that he was going to be this impactful this early. I mean, it's been incredible to see. Incredible. Okay, if you are joining us, we are just waiting for this thing to start. It should be starting any seconds. Any seconds. So it's over on YouTube. And I think it's in a few places, actually. Then... now, forever, together. Okay, here we go. I think Roman and Heyman is going to overshadow everything, said Jacob. Yeah, they will, but you're always going to have things that are going to overshadow you, you know? I mean, I think you can use that as a reason, but it still doesn't satisfy for me. That's the kind of thing I think you say to just, you know, settle people down, really. Okay, we are seeing the stadium. We got Michael Cole just saying a few words. It's on WWE's social media, said Wrestling Fan. There is the... Oh, is that where the Cavaliers play? I don't know much about Cleveland, you know. Okay, so we're just seeing Cleveland's. And I think, is it going to be a video package? Tom Rinaldi is doing the narration of our Open. James said, GB had a great day with the medals today. I did see that. We're still behind France and Australia, though, so we can't celebrate just yet. At one point, we were third, but I think we've slipped to fifth now after, yeah, just kind of not having the best of evenings. But overall, big picture, we're doing well. USA haven't really got going, have they? It seems like you guys love silver medals this time around. I was looking at the table. I think USA's got like 17 silver or something. 9 gold, is it? 17 silver? Do you know what they've done? What they did? Oh, God, what show was it? Was it Backlash or something? Where they're outside and they're using the trucks to build a stage. So we've got, here's Michael. Michael Cole making his way out. He's got awful entrance music, you know. They always play this entrance music if you actually go to Raw or Smackdown or whatever show he's on. Michael Cole, champ. He's re-signed, apparently. Thank you for being out here tonight and braving the storms. It is SummerSlam weekend. Good crowds. This is the second time your great city has hosted SummerSlam. It's the 37th SummerSlam. We're going to make this the loudest and the greatest SummerSlam ever. He's bringing out Pat. Bringing out Mr. DLC. Miss Cardinal said, America is having issues in the pool without Phelps. The Aussies are kicking our ass. Is that what it is? Is it not having Phelps around? Kim says, how can trampoline be a sport? It's just jumping up and down. It's same as diving, jumping, doing a few tricks in the water. Not exactly difficult. James said, I've treated myself some Haribos for SummerSlam. I've got 2 tubs. James, 2 tubs, Chadwick. That's what we've got. Days, I just had a first interview at Best Buy and it went super awesomely well. That is really cool. Amy Jobson, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you get that position. I like Best Buy. I've been in a few times. I like Best Buy. Wrestlelandy said, this is the first American PPL in ages. Have you heard that Ronda might be coming back, said Connor? Only that they're open to having a conversation if she so wanted. I don't know that it's any more than that. They're going to bring out the host, The Miz. Yeah, have you seen his bus? The Miz has got a bus. Right. I think we're bringing out The Miz. I don't know. Days, how do you watch wrestling? Is it computer or TV? It's both for me. Both. NXT is on WWE Network, which I watch on PC. Here's The Miz. But Raw and SmackDown is on TNT Sports, which is on TV. good crowd, this, isn't it? I mean, it might be a bit deceptive. Like, I don't think so, though. Like, they've got the camera at, like, eye line. So, like, it looks like there's loads. If you had an aerial shot, maybe it's not as many. But, I don't know, it looks good. So, the Miz has come out. The host of SummerSlam. Let's see what he's got to say. You are awesome is the champ for the Miz. Cleveland is awesome. Cleveland deserves SummerSlam. So the Miz said we're going to kick this off with SummerSlam and then the Browns are going all the way to the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't know anything about football, but I don't think that's true. He says the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to the NBA Finals as well. No, I don't know anything about basketball. Well, I don't think that's true either. So Miz talking about growing up in Cleveland. This place gave me everything. You are awesome is the chat. I like that line from Miz. He says, no matter how many times people say I've lost, that's how many times I got someone over. This week. If you see the Miz Express, you celebrate the Miz Express. I should imagine the Miz Express is just staying backstage, is it not? I don't think the Miz Express is tootling around. Maybe it is, I don't know. Who's coming out now? Oh. Who's this? Please welcome. Trips. I thought it was going to be some, like, Cleveland sports star. It was like, you give this person the biggest Cleveland welcome. It's like, oh my God, have they got LeBron James back? He's back. He's back in Cleveland. But it's not Trips. It's old man Trips. Here he is, look. With a red phone. With a red phone. He looks like he's scared of it. Do the water thing, you cowards. The Miz needs to calm down. Said he was going to have an aneurysm, wasn't he? He was going to have an aneurysm. You could tell he's got water. He must have water in his mouth. No? I really thought he did, you know, because he was like that for a bit. But no. It's just being a boomer. I know what that's like. Okay, Triple H is out. Triple H. Miz should have worn white shoes and socks instead of black. It would fit better with that suit, said Tom. Oh, I love your fashion tips, Tom. Triple H pointing off in the distance. The chief content officer. Are you ready? I wish they had surprises on these things. I wish there was like... Is someone trying to give him water? I'm not using yours. I don't know where your mouth has been. Here we go. Here's some water. So he's doing the water thing. I do like the fact that he wouldn't use the dude's water. Disrespectful. Is it just me, or is anyone trying to see if green shirt guy's in the crowd, says Kyle. Yeah, he should be somewhere, you'd imagine. Triple H doing the water thing has got a holy shiz moment. A chant. How many here read the article on Michael Cole? It is amazing. In his own words, he tells you how big of a legend he is. He does big himself up. He is like, I'm a damn good announcer. He does. Look at Michael coming out, big smile on his face. They're going to get Michael to do the Triple H thing. Michael, Triple H at the front. Oh, my, that's not gone well, Michael. That's not gone well at all. Oh, dear. Amateur hour. That's what that was. Amateur hour. Michael Cole is absolutely the best who has ever done this, says Triple H. Thank you, Michael. Champ breaks out. We're lucky to have him. We're lucky to have you, Michael. Love you, Michael. he can't spit water. He dumped half the bottle on me, but he's a damn good announcer. $60,000 tomorrow, you know. 60,000 tomorrow. Just want to know one thing. Are you ready? You ready? Okay, 15 minutes in. Apart from spitting of some water, we haven't had much. Oh, and the Miz getting all animated. Michael's come out to apologize to one of the fans. So he's asking if people have been over to the Summerslam store. I haven't actually seen the Summerslam store. Showing some of the shirts in there. Loads of pop vinyls. Nice caps. Baseball, football. It feels a bit Shane McMahon. Some of those tops. Nice old belts. Yeah, some cool stuff in there. CM Punk caps, Cody caps. Okay, Liv's coming out. This could be good. This could be interesting. This is actually a really good build, this. What is she wearing? Well, that's quite the outfit, isn't it? That's quite the outfit. What is that outfit? It doesn't leave much to the imagination, does it? They've turned up her kind of, I don't know, her sex appeal? Okay, so Liv's come out in quite the outfit. Ladies and gentlemen, quite the outfit. They're chanting for Liv. I feel like last week I got a bit embarrassed. I let my emotions come through. I wanted you to know that that would not be the case tomorrow night. Is it Mommy Sucks chant? She's talking about how she was in a hospital bed a year ago because of Rhea. It wasn't till that moment that I made a promise that I would take away everything Rhea Ripley loved. So she cackles. Okay, so Liv is leaving. There we go. Lovely. Liv is scared, said Word of Wrestling. I think so. Vince said, cheeky Liv, breaking the internet again. Word of Wrestling said, Liv hurt Rhea because Rhea hurt Liv. Now they will get the belt back, but not tomorrow. Liv is shook, said Word of Wrestling. Craig said, what is she wearing? We know. We know. Right, video package. Edward said, Days, what's your thoughts on WWE being open to a potential Ronda return? She is pregnant again, so if she was to come back, it would be after that. Do we think that she would come back hard? Hard, yeah, meet with WWE. Oh, Hardy's. What do I think about Ronda coming back? I think it's a whole lot of nothing, to be honest. I think that the I don't know his name, but this executive had an interview, and for some reason Ronda came up, and he just gave the answer that you would expect, really. Oh, she's a top, athlete, and we would always be interested in speaking to her. It's really funny, isn't it, how like some of these things just get really blown out of like proportion. I kind of feel like that's all it was. It's not that WWE have come out of nowhere and said, we want Ronda back, It's not that they've come out and said, yeah, we're planning on having a meeting or anything like that. It's literally one of the executives just got asked a question about Ronda, and they gave the answer you would expect, which is, we respect Ronda. She was a trailblazer. We would, of course, be interested in speaking with her if she was interested in returning to wrestling. That's it. I mean, she's, as you said, pregnant. I mean, that's it. I just don't. There's not really much to say to it. It's a whole lot of nothing, really. But that's what you have to do, isn't it? If you're going to interview someone like an executive with WWE, you have to ask them those kinds of questions so that you can get those kinds of answers, so that you can then obviously get a bit of buzz. So it's the game. Leaping Lucha Larry said, the SummerSlam kickoff the day before SummerSlam. I don't usually watch pre-shows or kickoffs. Is this normal? It is this year, yes. They now call the show before SummerSlam or before the PLE the Countdown. So the Kickoff, which it does make sense if you think about it. This sort of kicks off the weekend. So we haven't had anything until this, and it's before SmackDown. So the SummerSlam Kickoff, I mean, it might be better if you called it the SummerSlam Weekend Kickoff, but it's kind of kicking off, like, you know, everything that's about to happen. And then the show just before the PLE is now known as the Countdown show. So, yeah, I don't mind it. It's fine. We've been doing it all year. Maybe the Wyatt 6 will go mental because of everything you've said, and so will be on SummerSlam, says Tony. Oh, I don't know, man. I just think that they've done it so that they can, you know, give a boost to Raw. They're on Sci-Fi. They're up against the Olympics. I've got to think it's that, because it just doesn't make sense to leave them off the show. It doesn't make sense to leave them off the show. Even with the argument that Roman's going to overshadow everything. Like, we had Randy return at Survivor Series, and then literally, half an hour later, CM Punk came back. So, like, sometimes you have to have more than one big thing happen on a show, you know? That would not be enough of a reason to leave them off, in my opinion. But it might be the excuse that gets given, you know? Here's Gunther. So this obviously is now going to build up the World Heavyweight Championship match. Okay, so Gunther's come out. No Damian Priest yet. Oh no, there was a little bit of guitar that just played then. I do prefer it this way. I prefer it where they ask questions of the superstars. So the question is, do you think you've gone a bit too far recently? It just makes logical sense. Whoever is my opponent, I'm going to find out where it hurts. Michael Cole says, you've made this about class. You've made this about prestige. I like the pre-shows. It does give us summer before the show to chew over, said Word of Wrestling. Yeah, I agree. Uncle Howdy said, Days, I just thought about something. Do we think Alexa returns at SummerSlam or at Raw? I would save it for Bad Blood. I think she could come back at any point, but I'm really questioning if she comes back in the group straight away. There's just, I keep saying it, but there's nothing that's teased her being in the group. If you think about the whole Nightbird thing and how much we built up the arrival of the group, you would surely do something to build up a new member coming in, you know? If we were going to add to this group, surely you would do something to build it. We haven't had anything. So I'm looking at it going, I'm a bit confused, to be honest, because if she is coming in this weekend, either at SummerSlam or on Monday, we haven't laid any groundwork. We haven't done anything, so I'm really looking at it going, is she going to come in as the goddess and not be a part of the group? And then maybe Nikki is going to target her, and we actually tell a story where she gets brought into the group. Maybe she gets brought in that way. You know, the Wyatt 6 might be interested in her, but she's not around at the moment to be interested in. But as soon as she arrives, then they can start targeting her. I just find it strange that we've not teased anything. So Michael asks Gunther, what did he learn about his Intercontinental title run? And is he ready to go on and be one of the greatest heavyweight champions of all time? These questions are pretty softball, aren't they? There's a "Let's Go Priest" chant that's starting to break out. Wrestlani said, last time we had an American PLE was WrestleMania. So, no answer there. Michael Cole said, how will you represent WWE as world champion? It's inevitable, said Gunther. So this crowd aren't... They're not on board with Gunther. Loud boos. Gunther says it's inevitable. I don't know how you could boo Gunther. I just don't know how you could do it. I mean, look at that. He refused to shake Pat's hand. Gunther's a flipping face. Randomly turned him heel for pre-said word of wrestling. Nathan said, I want Alexa as the goddess. I think she comes out as Jade and Bianca get attacked after their match against the Unholy Union. That would be a nice callback, said Nathan. Adam said, Liv will retain over Rhea. Then we'll do a rematch at Bad Bloods. Hell in a Cell. Priest will lose to Gunther because of Finn. We do Priest versus Finn. Also, they're meeting in a cell, says Adam. Word of Wrestling said, only been booed since up against Priest and calling crowd street trash, but was wanted as SummerSlam champ when was Intercontinental champ. Liam Costa, hello. Shout out to you. Said, I don't understand the point in doing this today. You'd think they'd do it tomorrow. In my opinion, doing this today, especially if it's good, will overshadow SmackDown. What do you think? It's never good. You ain't got to worry about that. You ain't got to worry about it. You only get a couple of little talking points out of these things. It's just a way of kind of just kicking it off, really, getting the ball rolling. I mean, that's why it's called the kickoff. I mean, I wish they were bigger. I wish there was something on these shows that was like monumental, that was like going to blow our minds. And then the challenge would be, could you have something bigger than that, better than that for SmackDown so that it doesn't overshadow it? But unfortunately, these are fairly mid, and SmackDown doesn't have to work very hard to beat this. So, yeah, this is really just, I suppose, a way of just showing the crowd. It's something for the crowd, isn't it? It's, if you're in Cleveland, come on down. You know, if this was in your city, then I'm sure you'd like to attend one of these. So they film it, they put it on their social media. It's just a chance to have a word with the wrestlers. So you know what I mean? It ain't a big deal. But why we watch it is because you never know what's going to go down. I mean, we've already seen Michael Cole trying to do the Triple H water spit. So, you know. Here's Damian and Rhea. And let's not forget what Liv was wearing. Jeez. It was worth tuning in just for that. Let's talk about the premiere of your documentary. His ass just ran out of here. And Rhea said Liv Morgan's ass ran out of here too. So he's talking about his documentary. There's a priest chant that's breaking out. I can't tell you all how great that makes me feel. So I think Damian Priest really appreciates the support of the fans. You deserve it, chant for Damian Priest. You've got to say, they've done a very good job of getting him to be, like, you know, a heel when needed, and then a face. I mean, like, they can just pivot Damian as and when they need to. If we're street trash, then I'm damn proud to be, says Damian Priest. It's great to see you back here for a Summerslam weekend. I didn't expect Liv to run once again, says Rhea. The fans be fickle. They just cheer everyone who walks out, said Miss Clown. Big Time said AEW continued to plummet. 609. It's the second lowest number. It's getting worse for them as people are jumping ship, says Big Time. I don't know that that's true, to be honest. I think everyone took a knock this week because of the Olympics. And I think part of their problem is that they always rely a lot on their lead-in. So if their lead-in took a knock as well... So if they took a knock, but more importantly, their lead-in took a knock, that might explain the number that they got. So I don't know that, like, a record number of people have jumped ship or anything like that. I think if you look at, like, I mean, the NXT number was started with a 4. Do you know what I mean? That ain't a great number for NXT. 400 and some odd thousand. I think it wasn't Raw 1.4, which wasn't too bad, but has been around 1.7. So, you know, for AEW to go from, what, 790 to, what was it, 604, something like that? It's a drop. It's a hell of a drop. It, percentage-wise, maybe even bigger than, like, the NXT and the Raw decrease this week. But I do think a lot of that is probably because their lead-in suffered as well. And we know how much they rely on that. They had a disastrous number when they didn't have Big Bang in front of them, didn't they, that one week? Michael says to Rhea, you never lost the championship. Liv took me out. I warned Liv multiple times to back off. A crowd are cheering the fact now that Rhea did do that to Liv. So she's all fired up, you know. She's got something really weird in her ear, which I can't work out what it is. She's got, like, this big, like, lobe where I think you would normally put in, like, one of those circles, plastic circle things. But she's got, like, it freaks me out, man. You can sort of see the hole, and it's like pulling it down. Don't like it. That's got to be making that hole bigger, surely. Like, she's got that hole there, and she's got, like, some jewelry that's really pulling it down. So you can sort of see these two... Listen, to each their own, but it makes me feel weird looking at it. CM Punk, Drew McIntyre. We might be wrapping it up with that. My friend had that. It's a stretcher, but without the stretcher, and then a ring is just hanging. Yeah. Ugh. Do you think it'd be better if both competitors did a face-off in boxing, or wouldn't it hit the same? I think this is better, actually, because we have done it before where they're both out there at the same time, and I don't think these things are really run through too much. This is a bonus ball. Do you know what I mean? We don't need to really worry about this. This is just something really for the fans there, and just something to put on social media. So I'm sure they do kind of run through a bit of an order, and maybe they have a little think as to what they're going to say, but it's not much goes into this. And that shows at times. When they're both out there, we've had it where they're kind of talking over each other, and like it gets a little bit awkward with the back and forth. It's not as polished. So it just seems to work a bit better that the superstar goes out there, Michael asks a question, and the superstar gives the response, really. And then, you know, you could have the other person come out and then do a bit of a face-off. Like, I mean, you could definitely do a face-off, but where we've had them both kind of trying to cut promos on each other going back and forth, sometimes that's been a little bit clunky. So, I don't know. It just really depends what you want to get out of this, really. I mean, for me, I treat this like what I think it is, and that is... it's for the live fans, you know, welcome to SummerSlam. We're going to have a great weekend. Here's Michael Cole, here's Pat, here's Triple H, here's a load of superstars. Yeah, you know, you can cheer, you can chant, all that kind of stuff, right? It's something to put on their social media. I think you get little talking points that come out of them, like what Liv was wearing, like Michael Cole spitting the water. Last time we did this, we had... that little girl that got brought up on stage, and she wanted to hug Michael Cole. So we got that. That was pretty funny. You just get these little bits, really. So, I mean, there's loads of ways you could make these better. You know, there's loads of things you could do to, like, you know, you could rehearse them more, have some good dialogue, treat it like, you know, a third hour, if you will, and like really rehearse it and build it, and maybe even have some surprises. I mean, they did that last time. They brought Trish out. But the thing was, I think I can't remember if they'd already announced that Trish was going to be host. But imagine if, like, we didn't know who the host was going to be for SummerSlam, and they were going to reveal it. Why didn't they do that? They should have done that. They should have revealed the host. I mean, I suppose Miz would have been a bit disappointing then. That's the only thing. People might have built it up in their minds that it might be Undertaker or something like this, and then it turns out to be The Miz, you know? But why don't you get a legend that makes an appearance and just, like, you know, starts the thing off? Imagine, like, we're waiting for this thing to start, and then gongs sound and out come Undertaker, or Cena's music hits, or, you know, Stone Cold comes out, or, you know, just go down, like... Bret Hart. We never do anything with Bret, actually. I don't even know if he's under a contract. Shawn Michaels. You could get a legend involved. You could have surprises. You could have better promos. You could even have a match. We could have a ring set up in the crowds, and we could do a little low-level match, you know? Banging, kind of like how about a speed match? Do a speed match on this thing? It's only 3 minutes long. Speed championship defended on the SummerSlam kickoff show. I mean, but it just ain't that, is it? It just ain't that. Okay, we've got 19 minutes to go. They're gonna bring out the special guest referee. Tony said, what are you waiting for? It's a few weeks before the biggest wrestling event of all time in All Into a Tony Khan production. It'll be a 5-star meal, said Tony K. Here's Seth. Is that his referee attire? He's wearing a white suit with a black shirt, a referee striped tie, and then all down the side of his white suit are flaps that are in white and black ref stripe. I mean, actually, apart from those bits down the side, it doesn't look crazy, does it? It looks normal. But he's just got this, like, ref fabric kind of going down the side. So, Seth Rollins. Special guest ref. Hacksaw Jim Duggan as a host is must-do, said Kim Strains. Imagine that. I don't think we lean into the legends enough. I don't know why, but, like, I don't know why WWE don't lean into some of those names of the past. Jesse Ventura, yeah, he came back. They're talking about some of the special guest refs that we've had in the past. Big Time said, to be fair, Dynamite has been in the 600,000 range 5 of 7 weeks. Last 2 weeks were helped by Blood and Guts, MJF, Ospreay. When there's no cushion, you're back to falling again. I think that probably is their number, to be honest, but their lead-in just helps them get higher, you know? If their lead-in gets affected, then they seem to be in that range. So, Seth, just making it clear, he hates both guys. Seth says, I can't wait to watch them tear each other apart tomorrow night. Did you see Jimmy Uso returning tomorrow night with Roman, said Connor. It could do. It might even be tonight. I think there's a chance. There's a chance it's tonight. There's a chance it's tomorrow. A very good chance it's this weekend. Tomorrow, we're going to have a winner. We're going to find out who the better man is. If either get in my face, he's got a heel for the teeth. Seth's so awesome. Remember his diarrhea Dwayne comeback line? Hot damn, reminded me like I was in 3rd grade, said Aubrey. AB Jobson said, Days had my interview at Best Buy today. I saw earlier, but yeah, many congratulations. I hope it goes well. I like Best Buy. I've been there a few times. Went there when I went to Florida. I mean, I love all that kind of tech stuff anyway. So that would be a place that would be of interest to me as well. So yeah. Do you know what's better than kicking someone's ass? Having someone kick that person's ass for you. I've only just realised that table. I've only just realised that table has got the Wingstop stuff on. I really thought that someone had like a coffee and maybe had like grabbed something to eat and they'd just left it on the table. I was about to say, oh man, they probably should have moved that before we started this. And then I looked at it, I was like, is that Wingstop? It's like, got you. Because they're sponsoring this, aren't they? Right, here's Punk. Let's go. Let's go. Look in my eye. Oh, look at him. CM Fly? That's what we've got here. Oh, he's going to have a little look. Is there anything in there? Oh, I don't think there was anything in there. He's had a little look inside. He's wearing a suit. Perhaps he's gone for an interview at Best Buy. Personality. Not going crazy, you know. They're not going crazy, but they're all just standing there like... Come on, Cleveland. It's flipping CM Punk. You'd think the crowd would be like, yeah, CM Punk. Perhaps once the music ends and they put their phones down. Oh, that's the annoying thing with modern crowds. There it is. Is it great to be alive on a Friday night in Cleveland, Ohio? Well, they're actually singing Seth's song. Look, Seth's gone over and he's like, sorry, what's this? It's all downhill after the song, brother. That's a great line by CM Punk. As soon as your song finishes, it's all downhill. Oh, that's a great line. That's a great line. Here's CM Punk then saying, when have I not listened to rules? He's going to screw me. He's going to screw me tomorrow. I'll have to deal with it then. That's what Punk just said. This Cleveland crowd, man. I mean, I don't know what it is. Hopefully they're going to be more vocal than this, but you know, they're doing a bit of singing and a bit of chanting, but quite subdued for CM Punk. Punk said, I haven't got anything to worry about until that bell rings. A level of violence that's going to make you very uncomfortable. Tomorrow, the time for talking is over. It's been 10.5 years since we last saw CM Punk. Jesus. Oh, yeah. They're doing an extended interview, aren't they, with Punk tomorrow? So Michael's just revealing some of the stuff that was said. Drew McIntyre's dream is to be champion. My dream is to make sure he's not champion. There's a Larry chant. Days. And with the idea Gunther loses and then wins in Berlin, said McIntyre. I don't mind it. There's an AJ Lee chant. He said he'll let his wife know that Cleveland says hello. He's so good on the mic, isn't he? Really good on the mic. I really like that line. When they take the low road, I try to take the high road. But if I do come down to their level, then they start acting like the victim. It's true. KB29, shout out to you, my friend. Said, hello, Days. Me and my wife were looking forward to SummerSlam tomorrow. We're hoping Roman shows. Yeah, same. I want him to beat up the Bloodline with Paul Heyman. I agree, but KB29, Mrs. KB29, shout out to you guys. I think a lot of us are hoping that we get Roman tomorrow. I mean, if we get Roman returning tomorrow, it'll be huge. He's only been gone since WrestleMania. I mean, it's not that long ago. It's not like we haven't seen him all year or anything, but Roman's such a... I don't know. I mean, I think... Is it unfair? Is it to say he transcends the sport? Like, he's the biggest superstar. Like, he's just... I don't know. There's really not really... I don't know if there's anyone else that's at his level, really. Him being gone since WrestleMania feels like an eternity. Even though we only see him, like, once in a blue moon anyway. Having not seen him since WrestleMania is like... It's got people desperate. It's got people foaming at the mouth. And understandably so. Like, people are desperate to see him come back. And the story's there as well, isn't it? There's a reason for him to come back. It's not just wanting him back. It's wanting him back for a reason, isn't it? So, Drew has come out. Let's see what we got. We got 7 minutes. This should be the main event, says Drew. There's a small yes chant. I'm just stating the obvious, says Drew. He says, I can't stand this guy. Yeah, he keeps saying that. This man cost me opportunities in my first run. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Drew said, I can't read your emotions. What have you been doing whilst you've been away? Drew said, I've been slaying beasts. That was an interesting point. He said, I've run through them all. And he mentioned Seth as well. And Seth kind of lifted his head up there. It's probably not wise to upset the special guest referee. I know you don't like Punk. But it's not like the way I don't like Punk. If you've got a heart, you'll stop this match tomorrow because the violence is going to be so uncomfortable. Right, Seth's a joke. Ditch the stupid tablecloth, said Miss Clown. Drew cries too much for a psychopath, said Choke. That's a good point, isn't it? What's the latest on Hikuleo? Only that he's expected to be called Talatonga, but there's no words as to whether he's going to be making an appearance this weekend. I'm going to take my time, says Drew. There's no title on the line. This isn't about you, you spotlight junkie. Again, a few words for Seth. Probably not wise. Calling him a spotlight monkey. There's no bikini contest. This show sucks, said Miss Clown. Seth has already absorbed more than half of Drew's spotlight, said Dr. Luchalala. Liam said, Days, when do we think Seth will get another world title run? He's still so over with the crowd. It's so hard to manage with all the good new stars coming up. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, he's just had one, hasn't he? Losing it at WrestleMania, so... he just had like the back end of 2023 going into WrestleMania. I don't know. I don't know when he'll get another one. I don't think it'll be anytime soon. Jeez. Drew's going full heel, man. Drew's still going, by the way. CM Punk's just sort of standing there. Seth's standing there. Drew's just... Psh. I'm so laser focused. He doesn't seem laser focused. Okay, so Michael, bringing this to a close. Oh, no. No. So he's got a load of what's he going to do here? He chucks the bands on the floor. Where's the one that does matter? There it is. Apparently a load of people have been giving him bands. Grow up, wrestling fans. So he's got the Larry and the AJ band, and must be so hard for CM Punk to act like he gives a flip about that band, you know? Couple of words being exchanged as Seth cackles in the background. And that's going to bring to a close our kickoff show. Not loads to that, to be honest. Love that. CM Punk said, I'm wearing a suit because SummerSlam isn't just the biggest party of the summer. It's also Drew McIntyre's funeral. Very good. Nice line. And there we go. That was the kickoff show. I mean, again, you know what I'm going to say. It is what it is. We tune into it not because we're expecting massive, mind-blowing moments, but because we're WWE freaks, right, that will watch pretty much anything that they put on. And you just never know. You just never know what's going to happen. I always think back to that Hall of Fame moment where I can't remember what I was doing. I think I was watching some boxing or MMA, or there was something that was on, which meant that I couldn't watch the Hall of Fame one year. And so I was going to watch it, but just not live. And that was the year that someone came out of the crowd and, like, jumped onto Bret Hart. You remember that, where he got attacked at the Hall of Fame and, like, he gets dragged off, and isn't it like Dash is, like, throwing in shots to the guy as they're dragging him away, like, and it was like this massive story and everything. Like, you don't tune in for specifically that, but my point is you just never know what's going to happen. Like, you know, is there going to be a botch? Is someone going to say something they shouldn't? Like, there's so much stuff which, you know, can go down that it's just worth watching. But if it all goes the way it's meant to go, chances are you're just going to get the odd little bit out of it. But if you're a casual fan, if you're someone that doesn't watch all of the episodes of Raw and SmackDown, then, you know, you probably would get a fair bit from that, because they play a few video packages. You get to see who's fighting. You get to hear a little bit about why they're fighting. You get to see who the crowd are cheering, who they're not cheering. I mean, if you really have not been able to tune into Raw and SmackDown for a few weeks, and you are going to watch SummerSlam, then I think watching that would help. You know, and obviously watching the countdown show is going to help as well. In all fairness, you only really need to watch the countdown show. You don't really need to watch that as well. But yeah, look, it is what it is. It is what it is. It was what it was. And we'll continue watching them, to be honest. We'll continue watching them. But I don't know that I'm ever expecting them to blow my mind. Donna said, I'm the wife of KB29. Are you? And I'm just meant to trust that, am I? My husband got me into the Wyatt 6. Well, Bray Wyatt back in 2020. And ever since, I've loved it. And we are big fans of your... Donna, I've always trusted you. You strike me as someone that has good judgment. So I appreciate the support, my friends. And I think it's really cool. I mean, I don't know if you was into wrestling before, Donna, but I think it's really cool if you're in a relationship and you can get your partner into wrestling. When I was in a relationship, I enjoyed watching with my then partner. We were watching NXT, like 2015, 2016. And, you know, she loved it. I mean, she enjoyed it. She would watch it. And, like, you know, whilst it was on, we really enjoyed it. So I think it is something that, like, people that haven't really ever been exposed to wrestling, I think if you get into a relationship with someone that's into wrestling, I think it is a good show to watch together. I mean, it's so easy to follow. Do you know what I mean? It's so easy, so simple. It's but it's so colourful, so vibrant. There's so much theatrics, interesting promos, and great action and storylines, and it never ends as well. You haven't got to worry about the season ending and then you got to wait, you know, half a year for the next season to start. It just keeps going. So, and then obviously builds up to like big shows like SummerSlam and everything. So yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. I think that's nice to hear that your husband got you into wrestling back in 2020, into Bray Wyatt. And I've loved it ever since. So, I mean, think about that. Imagine getting into Bray in 2020, loving him, loving his work, and imagine the journey that you've been on over those 4 years. Crazy, and that would be crazy. Imagine that. Imagine that journey that you've been on with him being, you know, the Fiend and all the good stuff that was happening there, and Alexa joining up with him, and then him being released and him coming back and the emotion of that, and then him passing away, and now the Wyatt 6. I mean, wow. Wow. So KB2929, Donna Watts. Shout out to both of you, my friends. Right. Let's go down. Big Time said Bob Backlund, according to a newsletter recently, is suffering from dementia. Is he? Abdullah the Butcher is in hospital due to intestine issues. I don't know how old they are, but I mean Abdullah, God, if you how he's still around is a minor miracle. Bob Backlund, I mean Bob always looked after himself, you know. Bob was always quite eccentric, but yeah, awful. But then, you know, you just don't know how many Abdullah, I mean, God only knows, but how many like shots to the head people have taken and all that kind of stuff. But even that, I mean, it doesn't. Dementia can affect anyone, can't it? My nan had it. She wasn't a wrestler. So, it's an awful disease, that. Awful. What time does SmackDown start tonight, said Lewis. It starts in 1 hour and 53 minutes. Dr. Luchalala said Triple H tweeted that the crowd is so loud he can't hear himself. That's a really funny joke. Yeah, well, maybe they are, but it's just not mic'd very well. You do get that sometimes where, like, it doesn't come across very well. But people are there and say it was amazing, but I don't know. It might be that he's just trying to big it up, trying to make it seem like it's bigger than it actually was. It didn't come across brilliant, I didn't think. But then we have had some really red-hot international crowds. I don't know that they're going to break out the decibel reader for Cleveland. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But, you know, I think we have been spoiled by some of those international crowds. And hopefully Germany turn up. Hopefully Cleveland turn up. But they're going to make noise. There's 60,000, isn't there? I mean, there's going to be noise. There's going to be an atmosphere. But it's also in a stadium. So a lot of that noise just goes up and out, doesn't it? Because it's not in an arena, it just goes. So I don't know that the decibel reader is going to really work as well in this environment. So I don't know if they'll do it or not. I still don't get how some people don't see why I theorize that Alexa with the Wyatt Six. It's because where she last left off, it's because it was literally spelled out in the UEDNJ51A. I think like. A lot of people are expecting her to be coming into the Wyatt Six. I was expecting that as well. But I think I'm just looking at where we are at the moment. And where we are at the moment is we haven't teased Alexa coming into the group. Like, there's no kind of, she's coming, no mystery figure whose identity has got to be revealed. There's no, Nikki isn't being beaten down and laughing, saying you don't know what you've done, you don't know what's about to come your way or whatever. There's just nothing like that. There's no need for her either, to be honest. If I'm going to be brutally honest, right now, Wyatt Six have got everything under control. There's not really a need to bring her in to the group because they don't really need an extra member. They don't need an extra element. Maybe if Nikki had turned her attention to a women's tag team and Nikki needed a partner, then you'd be like, oh, we need her. But we're not even doing that, are we? We're not even doing that. So I'm looking at where we are at the moment and I'm like, I just don't see how we're going to bring her in unless we just bring her in and it's going to be a bit flat. And we haven't teased it, we haven't built it up, which is quite surprising if you think about how thought through the Wyatt Six stuff is. I mean, I agree about the URL, but that could also mean that these 5 are in now and we want Alexa later. So it could be that that URL is, we want Alexa. Alexa's going to be part of our group. She doesn't know it yet, but she is going to be a part of our group. We're already interested in bringing her in. So that URL could definitely be Alexa, but I don't know that it definitely guarantees that she's already in the group or if she's going to become a member of the group. She's going to be a member of the group. She's going to be targeted. She's going to be recruited. They're going to bring her in. I wonder if she doesn't quite fit the same narrative. I wonder if it's a bit different for her because she isn't someone that's really been devalued or pushed to the side. I mean, she has always been used pretty well, to be honest. She's never really struggled. She doesn't really fit the same remit as the other people. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like you can really go either way. I don't think there's anything that kind of says you've got to do this, you've got to go this way. I think you can bring her in as being in the group already, or you can bring her in as someone that we want to bring into the group. Either. But we'll have to see. I suppose the concern is there's just, I keep saying it because I mean it, there's nothing at the moment that's saying to me she's going to be here this weekend. There's nothing. If people are like, do you think we get Alexa this weekend? I'd be like, well, that's what the streets have said for the longest time. It's going to be around SummerSlam time, and we've always looked at SummerSlam. And we know she's been training, but there's just nothing to tease her coming in. It's not... So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, maybe if we do Smut on Monday and Nikki's in trouble, maybe Ivy starts beating up on Nikki and, you know, then she needs some help. But that would have come out of, like, nowhere, really. We won't have... maybe there's a little bit of a problem of we don't quite know when she's going to be ready. They have targeted a certain date, but it really depends on how she's progressing. I mean, don't forget she's had a baby. She's having to kind of start from scratch, really, in regards to getting her fitness back. And so, like, perhaps they've gone, right, we want you for around SummerSlam, but if she's not going to be ready in time, which I would think she would be, if they've said to her, we want you for SummerSlam, you would move mountains, wouldn't you, to get there for SummerSlam? I mean, it's Ohio, which is her state. So, yeah, I don't know. None of it makes sense at the moment. I'm really struggling with it. Because in my mind, we were going to bring her in and there would have been teases and it would have been like, yeah, she's gonna come in. I think this is how it's going. But at the moment, I'm like, I just don't know what we're going to do. I don't know. I'm at the point now where if we don't see her this weekend, I actually won't be shocked. Because there's just nothing telling me that she's going to be making her presence felt. So, KB29 said, I think she'll return normal at first. Yeah, she could do. I mean, she could come back as being in the group. That's not impossible. But she could also come back being normal and then we recruit her. Or we target her. As I said, I really feel like both paths are there to go down if you so want to go down them. The only teases that we got was in that 2K24 card and a trailer behind Gable, said Dr. Luchalala. Yeah, I mean, for me, I said it in the unseen. I don't think that card is a tease. Well, it is a tease, I suppose, but it's not. I don't think it's an educated one. I really don't think that they tell the people that run Supercards the plans because they don't want that kind of stuff leaking. So it really is on a need-to-know basis. And I think a need-to-know basis, I would define that as being Triple H, Nick Khan, the person that's coming in, the other people that are going to be affected during that match, and someone in legal, and that would be about it. Like, I just don't see picking up the phone to 2K going, listen, Alexa's coming back at SummerSlam. I don't see that. So I think what's happened there is that they've looked at what's being spoken about online. They've looked at all the theories, the rumors. I mean, if your job was to work for Supercards, you're trying to find a way of making the game as relevant and as noteworthy as possible, right? And so once you get to SummerSlam, it's a no-brainer that you would do a Roman Reigns card. It's a no-brainer that you would add, I don't know, Jacob into it if he's not already, yeah? It's a no-brainer that you would add Alexa and you'd make sure that the Wyatt Six are in the mix. I kind of feel like you go with the talking points and you go where like the speculation is. And so I get the feeling it's probably that more so than they actually know anything. But I don't know. Again, I have to just kind of talk from experience. I obviously don't know if they know. But I've never known them reveal any spoilers before. I've never known them put a card in and then that person, like, you know, come back or whatever. I think it's more just kind of they're seeing the same things we're seeing. Coach Co said Coach Co has sent Days a video on X. Coach Co has sent... Oh, what's this? What is this? Can I play this? Oh, because of her heels. It's because of her shoes, I'm guessing. She's trying to walk down that ramp. Yeah. I read what Coach Co said about Rhea has issues walking. I was like, what, is she injured? But it's because of her shoes, isn't it? It's because of her footwear. Yeah, good. I mean, to be honest, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, good, wise, to be honest. Because last thing she needs is to fall down that, do her ankle in, and then one of the most exciting matches for SummerSlam gets chucked out the window, you know? So, very good. I'll retweet that. That's the second time this year that Seth had to stand there like a nobody while the hottest feud is going on and the wrestlers involved are buried his character. That is true. That is true. I don't know why they keep putting him in this position. To be honest, I think it's the injuries that he's had this year, to be honest. I think the fact that he's been carrying some bad injuries means that he has to just sort of stand there and get involved in this way. Like, he can't, you know, surely if he hadn't have, like, been away for so long since WrestleMania, I mean, he had that one match, didn't he, in Clash at the Castle. And we haven't seen much out of him outside of that. So I think that I don't know that he's 100%, right? And I've got to think if he was, he'd be in a match. He'd be in a match. But he's not. And so he's the special guest ref. And so he finds himself in this position. But don't forget, this position here, he was in the same boat. He got injured at the Rumble. And this was a few weeks later, wasn't it? I mean, we thought he was going to get stripped of the title. We thought that he wouldn't make WrestleMania. And that was it. He would lose. He would have to forfeit the title. They didn't go that way. But he was injured at this point. So, yeah, he was a bit of a spare wheel here, unfortunately. And I think the same here as well. It's been a really bad year for Seth and injuries. It's been a really bad year. So I do feel a bit for him, to be honest. Right. Well, look, we're done. And we're already kind of 20 minutes into our normal stream. Normally we would start 20 minutes ago. So this is now just a normal SmackDown stream, really. So I suppose I need to change this over, don't I? Thinking about it. Let's get rid of the SummerSlam kickoff graphics. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. Lovely. Days, West Ham is about to sign Volkrug from Dortmund. Good signing. Big Time said Days, nearly 2 years since Theory failed his cash-in. Awful. And still has that bad stigma lingering on him. It was awful. We can't say they haven't tried, but many the way that was booked really was a blow to his credibility. Yeah, it was awful. I think it's one of the worst cash-ins. It might be the worst cash-in, actually. I think I still put that above the Drew cash-in. The Drew cash-in, I mean, Drew, all right, he cashed in and he failed. But he kind of put pressure on himself because before he won Money in the Bank, he said, I'm going to cash in. If I win, I'm cashing in. So he sort of, I know he's a heel, so he could have gone back on it. But he, you know, stuck by that actually and ended up cashing in on the same show. And then, of course, CM Punk costs him, right? So it's all to further this story. But at least he tried on a world title. you know? And you could even say he was a man of his word as well, you know? Whereas Theory carried that briefcase for a while and ended up trying to cash in on a mid-card belt that he then also did not successfully cash in on. And then ended up a mid-card belt that he'd had before, right? And, like, had lost and now was hopefully taking the next step, yeah? Going to go to a world title level, but instead ends up trying to win back a belt he'd already had. Didn't. And then for some reason ended up getting it anyway a few weeks later. I mean, the whole thing. Do you know, I do look at Triple H's booking, and I've got to say, on the whole, it is very good. I don't think there'd be too many people that would disagree with that. I think he gets a lot right. You know, you could say 90%, you know, which is a much better percentage than I think the vast majority of us would achieve. I'm quite happy to say I don't think I'd have the same success rate as Triple H. I'd like to think I would, but I don't think I would. Because saying it and doing it is two different things, isn't it? When you're actually in it and doing it, I should imagine it's really hard. Juggling all the different things you've got to juggle. And so I can only give him credit, really. I can only give him credit. He's done a fantastic job. But you knew a but was coming. But there are times where you do look at certain things and you go, oh, what are you doing? Why have you done that when you didn't need to do that? You know, the Liv Morgan flipping SummerSlam against Ronda, where she tapped when she was the face and the ref didn't see it. And then the crowd are chanting, you tapped out at Liv, and Liv starts getting upset. Like, seemingly for real, right? Upset, like, at the way it's all got. I mean, like, they just so botched that moment, which ultimately botched her championship run. Now, granted, they've killed it with this one. They've absolutely redeemed themselves, right? But that would go into the Hall of Shame. The Theory cash-in. The Drew moment for me goes in there because I just thought it was such a waste. You know, you could have Andrade with that briefcase right now, right? You could have Jey Uso with that. Imagine Jey Uso with that briefcase right now. You could have LA Knight, right? I mean, really anyone. You could have anyone. You could have Carmelo Hayes, like anyone. I just think that to put it on Drew and throw it away, all to just add that little extra heat to this feud that didn't need it, I just think was such a bad move. Such a bad move. Really don't like that decision at all. So I thought that was a real shame. And honestly, I would put Seth being the ref in this match. I don't have much doubt that by the time SummerSlam's over, I think we'll look back on Seth being the ref and go, do you know what? It was okay. It was okay, because I think they're going to use him to further the story. I think that he's there for a reason. You know, he's clearly not going to call it down the middle. There's going to be stuff happening. I don't know how it plays, but I would imagine, I would hope that by the end of SummerSlam we'd go, do you know what? Now the dust has settled, that was all right. But it still won't change the fact that going into SummerSlam, it doesn't feel right. Because it just doesn't feel like a story. It's just like, why haven't we got a normal ref? The only excuse we've been given is that none of the refs want to do it. What? What do you mean? That's your job? What do you mean? Just to fire them then? Get one from NXT? I don't understand. Or get a wrestler that doesn't have any feelings about either guy, that can call it down. Why would you ever choose Seth? Why would you ever choose Seth Rollins? He hates both of them. And he's going to want to screw them both over. Like, he's too invested. Adam Pearce has done a horrific job there because you're trying to find an impartial official and you've gone and got someone who actively hates both guys. Now, maybe the argument can be he hates both, so that'll make him impartial. But my argument will be, no, he hates both, so he's going to screw both over. And it's going to make it for a very frustrating match at times. So why not just go and get someone else? Do you know what I mean? Why not go and get, like, I don't know, Ilya Dragunov? You know, he'd be perfectly fine. He's a baby face. I'm sure he'll call it down the middle. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Even the reason we've been given, it just doesn't make sense. So you do look at some of those and you're like, oh, Triple H, what are you like? But in the grand scheme of things, what percentage would that, and a few other examples we could find, what percentage is that? You know, it's very small compared to the amount of success he has. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, you're never going to find it be perfect. I don't think it's never been perfect. So, and if you had someone else doing it, it wouldn't be perfect. But yeah, it does do a few moments where you're like, what are you doing? What are you doing that for? Coach Co, shout out to you. Appreciate that video, buds. Since the Wyatts and Gable Creeds are set for Monday, said Carl, Bloodline tag team match tonight. What is more likely to happen tomorrow? Roman and or Rock showing up, or Lesnar, not Lesnar, or maybe Dom turning on Rhea? Well, I think Roman showing up is, I want to say most favourite. I would say Roman showing up is most favourite. Dom turning on Rhea is second favourite. Rock showing up would be third favourite, and Lesnar showing up is just not even on the list. There was a report earlier, actually, that came out about from Dave Meltzer, and I know how much all of you lot love Dave Meltzer, but Dave Meltzer coming out with something that we've said on this channel. We said it, and Dave's now saying it. The situation with Brock Lesnar right now is that there were reasons having to do with the Grant lawsuits that WWE Legal felt was not good to have Lesnar on TV. When that belief changes, Lesnar will be back. It's not his decision to decide when to come back. It is their decision as to when they want him back. So, do you remember Triple H made that comment the other day? He was asked about Brock, and he said, well, listen, Brock's doing what Brock's doing. When Brock wants to come back, we're here. We'll be ready, you know? And I said it on Twitter. You can find the tweet straight away. I was like, I don't believe this. I'm struggling to believe this. You know, it doesn't add up, because we know that Brock was meant to be at WrestleMania, and we know that he was removed. He was meant to face Gunther, and he got pulled out of that match. So now going, oh yeah, well, you know, when he wants to come back, we're here. Like, no, that's, you pulled him, right? Did you just forget that he's part of a lawsuit? So I think, like, I think it's just a really sensitive situation. And there's a whole legal case that's going on at the moment. I think that whilst that legal case is going on, I just don't see him coming back. I think that I don't even know actually how the fans would react. I think it really depends how much you know about that legal situation, or, like, you know, how much you've paid attention to it. I think if you know kind of what's gone on there and what he's accused of, I think then you would be very surprised to see him anytime soon. If you've only kind of read a few bits and maybe don't even know Brock's involved, then I can understand people going, when's Brock coming back? When's Brock coming back? When's Brock coming back? But I do get a lot of people going, oh, could you imagine if Roman and Brock return? It's like, I don't see that happening, man. I don't see that happening at all because of this legal situation. This was Wrestling Observer newsletter. Just kind of saying that they believe it to be the case that it's actually WWE Legal that's keeping Brock off TV at the moment. So with no movement in that Janelle Grant case, I've got to think there's no movement in that situation as well. So I would not be expecting Brock this weekend. Modern Mogul said, what if Alexa comes back with her talk show with her mug, and over the weeks the set becomes more and more dark? That would be cool. I suppose I would like to see a bit of a reason why it was becoming dark, you know? I suppose I'd like to see maybe Alexa talking backstage and Nikki just be in the background. Or I'd like to see, like we did before, the logo kind of flashing up every now and again. I think you'd want to see like who was having that influence. Is it Hardy? Is it Nikki? Clearly it's the Wyatt Six, but I'd like a bit more detail as to who is the one that's really paying Alexa that attention. And I don't know who it would be, actually. Before it was Uncle Howdy. This time it might be Nikki. So I really think that there is a story there. I really think that bringing Alexa back as the goddess, which I know Alexa Bliss Gamer Brady's going to say she doesn't want to do that. I'm sure Alexa Bliss Gamer Brady knows my answer. I don't give a flip, right? I don't care what she wants to do. For the sake of the story, bring her back as the goddess, have her run with that for a little bit, have her, like, you know, involved in, like, title matches, like, have her doing some good stuff, not just, like, treading water, just pushed to the side, have her, like, you know, really in the mix. And then over, like, time, have, when it feels like the right time, doesn't have to be straight away, but have then, you know, the Wyatt Six turn their attention to her. And then I think you've got a very interesting story there with Nikki popping up. I mean, imagine Nikki, like, you know, imagine lights go out, come back on, and Nikki is in the ring staring at Alexa. I just feel like there's so much that you could do with us watching the Wyatt Six trying to recruit Alexa. I feel like there's so much good TV there. There's so many good segments there. There's so much for us to get our teeth into there that it would be a little shame. Wouldn't be a problem, but it would be a little bit of a shame if she just came back and she was already in the group. If she just came back, she was already in the group, I would be like, that's a shame. I feel like there's a lot of good TV we could have done where we saw her be recruited. But if, you know, if they don't want to tell that story and they've got other stories that they want to tell, then fine. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I suppose this is the really good thing is that, I mean, you can just sort of tell the stories you want to tell, really. You can do what you want to do. As long as it's all goods, then, you know, we'll be happy and we'll watch. I think if I was booking it, though, certainly right now, with where we are right now, I would bring her back as goddess. And then I would look to have those moments where I've got Nikki trying to recruit Alexa. And as you said, maybe as the weeks go by, that influence shows in the set and shows in what Alexa is wearing and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I think there's some fun stuff you could do there. I agree with you. Modern Mogul, hope you're well. Danielle said, maybe the bell goes and they insta take him out. No ref, free brawl. Oh, what, the Seth thing. They could do. I mean, I was listening to his instructions and he was like, I might count to 10, I might count to 20. There might be DQs, there probably won't be. It's ref discretion, really. It's what I say goes. And I was like, oh my God, this is just getting worse. Do you know what I mean? Like, now it's just whatever Seth wants to do. So now it's just, I don't even know what match we're going to end up getting. It's just going to be a mess. Hopefully it's going to be a beautiful mess. I mean, if they both hit him at the same time, I mean, if one of them hits him, I can't imagine that he's going to DQ or anything straight away. So I don't know. If they both like are looking at each other, like the bell sounds, CM Punk, Drew look at each, and they both just turn and smack him one, and then he goes down, and it was both of them that did it, then I can't imagine him just throwing the match out, because, I mean, that would just suck, wouldn't it? So he'd go down, and then maybe you're right, maybe we enjoy a bit of a brawl for a bit. And then he'll come back around, he'll be livid, I'm sure he'll screw them both over. I really can't tell how that match goes, you know. I suppose it's good in that regard. I don't know how they book it. I think there's so many different ways you can go. You can screw Punk, you can screw Drew, you can screw both of them. You could shock us by not screwing either, you know. I think the most shocking thing would be if he called it down the middle. I mean, the way that he's acted in the build-up to the match is going to be a nightmare. Anything goes. I might count to 10, I might count to 20. There might be DQs, there might not be DQs. So if he actually just does his job, that'll be the most shocking thing out of all. I don't know what to expect. It's very interesting in that regard. Very interesting. I mean, look, I said earlier, I like the SummerSlam card. I think it's a good card. It's not without fault, and I've been very honest in pointing out the bits that I think, you know, maybe could have been a bit tighter. But we've got what we've got, and by and large, I'm happy with it. I think it's definitely a show I'm looking forward to. It's definitely a show that's got potential to provide moments and talking points. It's definitely a show that's got opportunity for people coming back. And I just hope that it's going to be something close to what we got a few years ago. I still look back on that Brock Roman match with the tractor, Bailey coming back with Dakota and Io, and the formation of Damage Control. That brilliant match with Bianca and Becky, which I thought was a fantastic match. Really enjoyed that, and the main event as well. I mean, I do look at that SummerSlam. I forget the year. I think was it 2022. I do look back on that SummerSlam and go, that is what I want, really. That's what I'm aiming for. That's what I want for SummerSlam. That's what I want SummerSlam to be. That in no way felt like a B show. And in all fairness, SummerSlam, it doesn't really feel like a B show. Like, they've done a good job in recent years of making it feel like the biggest show of the summer, and I think they do that again, certainly with 60,000 there. I mean, even the venue has an impact, you know? The fact that we're in a stadium, 60,000, it's going to feel huge, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a really, really good show. I can see that there's people asking about tomorrow. I mean, to be honest, I just set up the stream. I just set it up. I just got it set up, right? So I do need to change the time. I don't know yet what time we start. I haven't actually looked into it. I just got the graphics sorted. I got the stream set up. We, of course, will start before the kickoff show. So I don't know when the kickoff show actually begins. But it will start at least an hour before that, probably 2 hours before that. So there's every chance tomorrow we do 2 hours, then we do 3 hours of the kickoff show, and then we do, after streaming for 5 hours, then we start SummerSlam. So it's going to be a long stream, but you know, I enjoy that time that we spend where we're just chatting and sharing thoughts and chucking stuff around, and I enjoyed that. And granted, we can do that during the countdown show, but I don't know. There's a CM Punk interview we're going to have to listen to. I don't know if they're going to add a match to it. I hope so. It's 3 hours. You'd think they'd put a match on it somewhere, so hopefully we get a match added to it. There's not one on there at the moment, though, but hopefully we can get one added. Right. The Beach Kevin, shout out to you, buds. Isn't it about time for Charlotte to return? It is. Well, I don't know, actually. She did her ACL and all of that, didn't she? So, I mean, I believe that takes around about 12 months to recover. I mean, those injuries are, you know, they're the ones that you come back and you have to have a brace on your knee. So I genuinely don't know if it's time. I mean, what I would say is the footage that we're seeing now is her at the Performance Center. So she's at the PC, in the ring, doing rolls, running the ropes, like she's going through the motions. What I've not seen her doing are like aerial stuff, moonsaults, things where, you know, moonsaults to the outside and all that kind of stuff. At the moment, it just still seems to be ground-based stuff that she's doing, running ropes, rolling, taking bumps, stuff like that, right? But actually going to that next stage where, I mean, she might be doing it and we just haven't seen it. She might be doing it, we've just not seen it. But there is a chance that we see her this weekend because, of course, you can always bring her back and have her do promos for a bit and have her just around. She doesn't have to go straight into matches. So, you know, there's kind of feuds that you can build. I mean, if you think we brought Bray back at Extreme Rules, his first match wasn't until the Royal Rumble. I mean, it was months and months after. So, you know, you could bring Charlotte back, have her for a few months just doing promos and whatever, right? So, yeah, I mean, there's every chance that she comes back this weekend. I don't know if it's not just a little bit early. I don't know if it's not just a little bit too soon. But she's definitely someone that's you're right to mention, because she's someone that's been out for a long time. She's someone that is around the time of coming back, and she is someone that we could see this weekend. Coach Co said there's some bad news. Liv Morgan has got issues walking as well. It's so sad. So what? She's had trouble walking in her shoes. Perhaps it's the ramps. Perhaps they didn't need. They needed stairs. I just saw this as well. Look. TJF 1983. This is Cody Rhodes shop. You can get replica gear is being sold at the Fanatic. So replica jackets. Man, if you're a Cody, can you buy that as well? Or is that like, can you buy that? Or is that on, what? I'm guessing you could buy that. That can't be Ring War. They wouldn't just have that there, would they? Someone might steal that. But these jackets look really good, don't they? Very expensive, I've no doubt. But imagine if you're a little Cody fan, or even a big Cody fan, like how exciting that would be. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I thought you would like that. Yeah, I do. I'm a merch freak, really, to be honest. I do love my merch. I think it's because when I was young, I mean, I've always loved toys and collectibles, but in the UK, we didn't really have access to that much. You know, I kind of feel like there was a catalogue that was in but I think you had to send away to America for it. I really can't remember now. I never really ordered out of it because it was so expensive. But I'm trying to think if the prices were in pounds or if they were in dollars, you know? Actually, I really cannot remember. I remember flicking through it. I'm not sure I ever got as far as the prices because I was just looking at the stuff that was in them. But I remember it all being very expensive. For me, I really got all my stuff from car boot sales, DVDs, I wish, videotapes, figures, Hasbros. You know, rarely did. It was only really Christmas or a birthday I would get anything brand new. Rest of the time, it was like whatever you could find in a newspaper listing, right? Or anything you could find at a car boot. So I think like merch was something which always, you know, I loved all the stuff that you could get, but I never could get it because we didn't have loads of money. So to see what like people can get now, you know, see what's available now, you kind of go, wow, it's amazing. I'm not a huge Cody fan. I mean, I really like Cody, but I don't look at that and go, oh, I need one. But I do look at that and think, wow, that's really cool for those that are big Cody fans, you know. Macca said Bloodline have a tag title match tonight. Will Jimmy cost them? Do you save him tomorrow? Said Macca Rice. Do you know what? Let's do that as a poll, actually. We'll ask that question. Do we see Jimmy Uso tonight? Do we see Jimmy Uso tonight? Boom. Yes or no? Steven said, Days, have we had a 3-hour pre-show before? Not that I can remember. There was a long pre-show before WrestleMania 35, and I can't remember if that was 2 or 3 hours. I feel like it might have been 2. But WrestleMania 35, I want to say, goes 5 hours something. And then with the pre-show, that was like another couple of hours. I seem to remember that whole shebang was like knocking on to 8 hours in length. So, I mean, that is, you know, that is a lot. I kind of feel that, I mean, we'll probably end up doing a 9-hour stream tomorrow, but a lot of that is going to be us chatting and throwing theories around and questions and have we heard anything on this and what's being said about this and all that kind of stuff, right? And there's not really anything tiring about that, is there? There's not really anything that's going to wear you out. It's just a chat. But like watching wrestling for that long is, and there were matches on the Kickoff show, so watching wrestling for that long, that is tiring. Because you're watching the action and talking about it, and I don't know, it just takes more out of you. So that I remember that one being like very long. I remember that's the longest show I can remember WWE doing. And actually, no surprise, the next year was the first year we got 2 days of WrestleMania. And they've even said that they knew that 35 was too long. So, but yeah, a 3-hour pre-show. I don't really know why they've done that, to be honest. I don't know the logic as to why they've done that. I don't know what they looked at and they went, oh, we need 3 hours. There's been nothing about the pre-shows that's felt like, oh, God, you know what? This needs another hour, doesn't it? I've never felt that. I've never thought that. I don't know anyone that's ever thought that. I don't know why they have gone, let's do 3 hours instead of 2, unless it's just let's get more, I don't know, let's get more like onto YouTube, let's just make it a longer show for trying to get better YouTube views or something. But I don't know, it's just a bit, I don't know. I mean, they're like $1 billion company. The extra money that an extra hour is going to get them is going to be nothing, minuscule. Like compared to like 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours ain't going to make a massive difference to them at all. So I don't know that it's that. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why they've looked at it and gone, we need 3 hours. So no, I can't remember us doing 3 hours before. There's only 7 matches on the cards. 7 matches is okay. That's fine. Triple H is, I really respect that about him, actually. I would much rather that we do less matches, but they are better quality than we do 12 matches and they just, don't matter. I mean, if you do like 12 matches, you're going to get a load of entrances. The matches themselves are probably going to get about 6 minutes, 7 minutes, something like that. Maybe not even that. And, I don't know that really there's going to be the time for any of them to really grab your attention and mean anything. Whereas this way, with 7 matches, they're going to get much more time. You don't lose as much time to the entrances. Hopefully, because there's less entrances, we can go a bit bigger with them. We can spend time maybe rehearsing something a bit more impressive with them. We don't have to run through as much stuff with us, there's not as many moving parts. We don't have to communicate to as many different people. We didn't have to build as many matches. We can just really focus on telling some good stories, get those built up. I mean, what we're seeing, I think, better builds for the matches. And then when we get to the show, I think we get better quality matches because they're not as long. And I think that is a real positive. So for me, it's a less is more situation. It's a quality over quantity. And I'm here for it. I really am. I think this is the right way forward. So I can understand it being frustrating if one of your favorites hasn't made the card, like say Jey Uso. I can understand that. But I suppose it's just a case of his time will be hopefully next time, Like, these guys have had their time now, so hopefully he can get into a program where it'll be his time. And I think we know he will, because I'm pretty sure he's going to get in the Bloodline and it'll be Bloodline. And I'm pretty sure he's got a big end of the year coming up, So I think he'll be fine. But yeah, I could understand that being disappointing, but I do feel like this is the better way forward. Big Time said, I would like to add that the 2022 SummerSlam felt like a WrestleMania. Next year is going to be 2 nights, so it's quantity over quality. They need to make a statement to sell people on 2 nights. Well, having just said about what we said about quality over quantity, I agree and slightly disagree in the sense of I think that you can build 2 nights. I think WrestleMania has shown us. I mean, the thing with WrestleMania is I think the 2-night manias have worked because people have really enjoyed 40 and they really enjoyed 39. The problem with the 2-night WrestleMania is you will always, well, hopefully not always, hopefully one day we get a perfect WrestleMania, but you should likely always be able to say, if it just didn't have this match and that match, it would have been perfect. So, but you can't do that really, because I could sit here and say, look, if you take WrestleMania 40 and you do the tag match that closed night 1 as the opening match, and you do Cody Roman as the closing match, and then you just put, say, 6 matches, the 6 best matches from both days in the middle, you've got a perfect WrestleMania, right? I can say that, and I would mean it, right? But you can't do that, because that is not necessarily the WrestleMania that you would have booked. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could have done a 1-day WrestleMania 40, right? Even if it wasn't 2 days, you could have done a 1 day, but I'll bet you anything that you would have had Jimmy versus Jay on that card. And that match stunk the place out. That match was awful. So even if you did just book it for 1 day, there's no guarantee that you're going to book the matches that turn out to be the good matches, because you don't really know what those matches are going to be. You don't really know what you know. Jimmy versus Jay, I think we all expected that to bang. I think they're brothers. They're going to have chemistry. They know each other. They've wanted this match their whole life. And then you get to the match and it was so underwhelming. You go, what's gone wrong here? What's this about? I don't know that I've heard an answer as to what went wrong, to be honest. But it just never got out of first gear, did it? Just never got going, that match. And it was a real disappointment. So I think it's dangerous to kind of think along those lines of, oh man, if you was to just cut some of these matches, this would have been perfect, because you're kind of doing that in a retrospect. You're doing that in hindsight, when that's maybe not the card. Even if you did just have a 1-day WrestleMania, that's, you know, that might not be the card you would have booked. So I think with going to 2 days for SummerSlam, I think it's fine. And I think I'm excited for it, because it does increase the quantity, but hopefully it doesn't increase it too drastically. Like, I don't know that it means now we're going to get another 7 matches, right? Maybe you do 6 on one day, 6 on the other, so you go to 12 matches. Well, we've got 7 already, so that would mean adding an extra 5. Well, one of those 5 could be Wyatt's against Alpha Academy, which has already been built. Another of those 5 could have been the tag match. In fact, 2 of those could be the tag matches. So you could have DIY Bloodline. You could have Jade, Bianca against Alba and Isla. You could have Wyatt's against Alpha Academy. So there's 3 of your 5 extra matches. So that means you just need 2 extra matches, right? And I'm sure we could find 2 matches. You know, we haven't even used Jay, for example. So, you know, build some up for Jay. And so maybe you would have done something a bit better with the whole Karrion Kross Final Testament New Day thing. Maybe that could have resulted in a match, right? But whatever. The point is, I think that you can still build 2 days and not sacrifice the quality. I think you can increase the quantity and not sacrifice the quality. The problem is, if you try to do a load of matches in 1 day, you don't get much time in the ring, do you? I mean, you're only getting 5-6 minute matches. Whereas because you've got the 2 days, you can sort of do what we're doing tomorrow twice, which is better. So you're kind of ticking both boxes, really. You're ticking the quantity, but you are still hopefully ticking the quality, because you're not squashing everything into 1 day. So, I mean, it's one of those where I don't mind the 2 day thing. I really don't. After WrestleMania 35, which was way too long, I would much rather 2 days. My preference will always be 1 day, keep it tight, keep it solid, book it as best you can. That will always be my preference. So what we're doing tomorrow is my preference. 1 show, 7 matches, every match built up perfectly. You know, every match hopefully people are excited for. Granted, you know, you can look at Seth being guest ref. You can look at maybe Solo not being quite the right opponent that we would like. But those are mistakes that have already been made. Yeah, those I don't know. We're doing those because we're trying to build Solo, and we've got a big story coming afterwards. We're doing that because we need to get Seth on the card, right? There's reasons for it, even if we don't like them. Even if we don't like the reasons, there's reasons. But had we have changed those, then I think tomorrow would have been an amazing card, and people would be like really excited. And had you have chucked the Wyatt 6 on there as well, yeah? So I think you can do it. I think you can do 2 days. I think you can get quality and quantity. It's just so hard. Because not only has the match card got to be right, not only has the build got to be right, but then the matches have to deliver. Because you could tick every box, but as soon as that bell rings, if the match doesn't deliver, it will still be a disappointment. A la Jimmy versus Jay, so it's like you've got to get so much right for it to land. There's so much that can go wrong that it's hard doing 2 days. I don't disagree. It's hard doing 2 days, but the rewards are so worth it because you're getting just double of everything, aren't you? You're getting double of everything. Like you're getting double, well, ideally double the ticket sales. You're getting, an extra show for Peacock as well. I don't know if they get any extra for that, but when it's time to move away from Peacock, if everyone's used to 2 days, it's maybe you can then charge more in the future. I would be interested in 2-day Royal Rumble. I think do the men's one day, do the women's the other day. The undercard has never got loads of matches, so it ain't going to take much to fill the undercard. And I'd be really interested in going that. I mean, 2 days Royal Rumble, I think people would really enjoy because people love the Rumble. They love the Rumble. And then it gives both Rumbles even that little bit more room to breathe, So I really don't mind the 2-day thing. I really don't mind it. But I get that people will look at it and go, oh man, if we just hadn't had that match. But for the reasons that we just said, like, I don't think you can kind of do that. I don't think you can cherry pick that way. AB Jobson said, everyone is talking about the Seth Priest botch, but no one is talking about how Shayna got hit by Casper on Monday. How Shayna got hit by Casper on Monday. I don't know that I've seen it, to be honest. Was it during the match she just got hit out of nowhere? I don't think I've seen it. I mean, obviously we didn't do the stream for Raw, so I ended up watching it the next day. But I was not in a great place. I'd thrown up 5 times, so I kind of watched it and I was like, oh. So, but yeah, no one tagged me in anything. You're right. It's not been really spoken about. I would imagine everyone just turned off during that match. Maybe not physically, but mentally. Tom said, let's hope SmackDown improves after SummerSlam with a defending US champion. Yeah, a lot of heat on Logan. Uncle Howdy said, Days, what if we see Alexa come back as a version of Lily and eventually put the Fiend into Strowman, eventually have the Fiend as her character? There's a lot they could do. I agree. There's a lot they can do. I mean, she could come back as a Lily character. I mean, I think Lily is a bit problematic, to be honest, because I think the puppets were never... I don't know about you. I never believed that the puppets were alive. They were in Bray's heads, and I think there was people controlling them when they were in the real world, yeah? I remember having quite a few conversations about, God, I wish we could find out who is controlled, because I always thought that would be very interesting. That would be a good way of progressing the story. Imagine Bray's getting beaten down and the puppets are all like, oh no. And then all of a sudden they just go still. And then whoever was the puppeteers just stand up and it turns out they're superstars that we haven't seen in a while, or they're NXT superstars. And it's like, oh my God, have they been controlling the puppets all along? Has Bray had a faction all along and we didn't even know it? I always thought that was good. I always thought that was a way forwards. I don't know that that was ever going to happen, but so I think this is where Lily's a bit problematic, because she was obviously like winking and like running around, and they were doing stuff like with computer animation and whatever. I mean, not hard computer animation. Getting a doll to wink, you know, that's not too difficult. But I kind of feel like you can't really make out that she had like someone being her puppeteer. Like I just don't know. I don't even know where to start with Lily. I really don't know where to start with Lily. I mean, Lily probably pushed us into supernatural elements further than anything else. I mean, maybe you could say the Fiend when he got burnt alive and then, you know, came back and magically transformed and all of that, right? Or like when he got into the back of the ambulance as Bray, and then there was all this smoke, and then he emerged as the Fiend. There was definitely elements there, but I would say that Lily had a lot of like what felt like supernatural elements. I remember that bit where she was backstage with Shayna, and there was like the lights went out, and like I think Lily was beating up Shayna. I mean, it just went bonkers, didn't it? So I don't know quite how you tell the story of Lily. I don't know if she came back as Lily, if she would be channeling Lily, or I just don't know. I would struggle with that, because I flipping hated Lily. I just was never on board with that. I was never on board massively with Playground Alexa and everything, because to me that always pushed it a bit too far. And also to me it felt like they got rid of Bray, but they basically used his character creation and just gave it to Alexa. Not Alexa's fault. Not Alexa's fault. But Vince basically wanting his cake and eating it. Vince was like, I can't deal with this guy, so he got rid of Bray, but he was like, people do love, like, you know, this stuff, so I'm going to keep Alexa. So rather than a funhouse, we get a playground. Rather than puppets, we get Lily. Rather than a Fiend, you get Alexa, like, going dark. You got, hey guys, you know, all lovely and, like, you know, all fun, and then her turning dark. And a bit like how, you know, Bray would be Funhouse and then he would turn into the Fiend. Like, the similarities between how they were using Alexa and what Bray had been doing with the Funhouse were very striking. And it just always felt like a real cheap knockoff to me. It just always felt like, this just feels, I don't know. I found it a bit disrespectful to Bray, if I'm going to be honest. I'm sure he didn't mind. I'm sure he just wished Alexa all the best. And again, I have to stress, this is no knock of Alexa, who I thought performed it as well as anyone could have performed it, right? I just didn't like what they were doing, like the executive creative level. So I think for me, it's a bit of a challenge to kind of sit and explore how Alexa being Lily, how that would work, what that entails, what that means, what she could do, what she can't do. I don't know, because like that Lily character, I just think is so hard to understand. We never really got a backstory. I mean, she just had that doll when she was a kid, and we saw pictures of that, and clearly it was possessed. I don't know that we really ever got told who possessed it. I don't think we were ever kind of brought up to speed with that. So if she was going to play it a bit more like what we're seeing the Wyatt Six play it, you know, they're just embodying kind of the idea of the puppets. I don't think they're actually possessed. I think that basically, you know, this is Bo. I think this is Bo coping. I think Bo is trying to cope with the loss of Bray. And I think that what he's done is he's got some people that have been pushed to the side and overlooked. And I think he's told them that he's got a purpose for them. He's given them a new identity. that being the identity of these puppets. And he's trying to continue his brother's legacy as a result. But I don't know that they're like actually possessed. I think it's more Bo trying to cope, but also trying to help them at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're causing carnage. Like, what they're doing at the moment is working. They look cool. I mean, they look amazing. And they're, you know, being well received by the fans. And as a collective, you know, this is brilliant for Nikki, for Gacy, for Rowan, for Dexter Lumis. Like, it's brilliant. But I don't know that they are actually the puppets, you know. If you think about it, we talk more about Gacy's backstory, Loomis's backstory, Rowan's backstory. When we do those interviews, we don't talk about the backstory of Mercy. We don't talk about the backstory of Abby. We don't talk about the backstory of Huskus. We talk about the backstory of Nikki. We talk about the backstory of Dexter. They watched you drown and stuff like that, yeah? And that's why I don't think they're actually possessed, or one of the reasons. I think Bo has given them this identity, and I think it's a way of Bo coping with the loss of Bray. Now, if the same was done to Alexa, and she was given the identity of Lily, and she was not possessed by Lily, but she was channeling what, you know, she believed Lily would be, that could be interesting. What she would be doing, I really don't know, because I never really knew what Lily stood for. What was she good? Was she bad? She always struck me as being bad. She always struck me as having like a bad energy, whereas the puppets didn't. Mercy was a bit like this, but like I always thought the puppets were pretty much faces. Lily, I think, was a heel, but yeah, a challenge, that one. I mean, I feel like that would make for a good opinion video or something, where we really got our teeth into Lily and the backstory of Lily and see what people thought about Lily and see what they got from it, you know. But that one, quite challenging, to be honest. But I like that, Uncle Howdy. That's good. I like being challenged. Johnny said, I hope Logan Paul doesn't get cancelled. I love him and I don't think he did anything wrong. I agreed with him, but please don't cancel him for something silly, says Johnny. I hope he does get cancelled, and I don't give a flip what it's for. My bod. Cancel him for anything. Cancel him because he's called Logan. Cancel him because he's a Paul brother. I'm not bothered. And we're not talking about a stand-up person in the community, you know? So I would say whether you agree or disagree with what he had to say is... I'm not bothered. Just cancel him anyway. Whether you agree, cancel him, and if you disagree, cancel him as well. Now, I don't really have any feeling about Logan, if I'm perfectly truthful. I don't have like a feeling towards Logan. I think it's partially because I just don't interact with him. I don't have any feeling towards him because I think if I was to maybe watch him and engage in that content and be a part of that world, I might find it frustrating. I mean, the whole crypto zoo stuff, I mean, I don't even know if those people have been paid back. So I don't know. I mean, obviously there was the whole CoffeeZilla documentary expose thing, all of that stuff. I saw a really good video actually last night where they broke down why Prime is now failing, right? And I was like, is it failing? And so I watched it to see what they were saying, and they went into the numbers. Like, the Prime sales have fallen by like 50 odd %, and they're saying that even that's, you know, still a good number, but it's not the status symbol that it was before. Like, the fad has definitely finished now, and you know, chances are it'll continue to fall rather than, like, you know, go back up again. So and they were talking about why, and they were like, well, you know, Logan with the crypto zoo thing was a massive own goal. And that really turned people off, and you know, that kind of got the rot setting in. I do think part of it was just that Prime was a fad, and I think that just like fidget spinners and other things, it comes and it goes. You know, it's just one of those where it's red hot, the whole world wants it, people then get it, and that's it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's supply and demand, really. Once people have got it, I've got it now. People always want what they can't have, and once you have it, it's not as great as you thought it was going to be. So I think it's that. I don't think people were like madly in love with the drink itself. I think it's fine. I always hear people saying, "No, it's all right. It's all right." But I think actually people buying it to enjoy as a drink, I think that's a very small percentage. I think it was more about a status symbol. And as I said, I think it's because you want what you can't have. I think if you had it at school, you was cool. And, you know, there was black markets and limited editions and all this kind of stuff. I just think it ran its course. But they were saying that, you know, it's interesting how the slump does correspond with the CryptoZoo stuff. And, you know, a few other little bits that he was kind of involved with. And I don't know. I mean, something to do with, like, didn't one of his hosts leave his podcast? And, like, I think there's been a bit of controversy around that as well. Obviously, Prime itself has been found to have very high caffeine. And, like, it's been investigated. Has it been... there's, like, loads of cases against it. And it's just like everything this guy touches seems to just go sour eventually, you know? So, I don't know. I don't really have any feelings towards him, but I would imagine that if I was kind of engaged in that world, I'd find him extra frustrating. I don't mind him being US champ. I think he's actually, I mean, apart from not defending the belt, I think he's been okay. I think he's a good heel. I think he's good, very good considering how few matches he's had. But I have to admit, the idea of him being WWE champion absolutely terrifies me. We just can't do it. I mean, I would go as far, if I had to, I'd give him the World Heavyweight Championship, because that doesn't mean a flip, does it? Who cares? We just created that out of thin air last year. Who gives a flip? Do you know what I mean? But the WWE Championship, the one that, like, Bruno Sammartino had, like the one that Hulk Hogan and John Cena had, the one that, like, Roman Reigns had, like that one. Nah, mate. Nah. And who knows? I mean, maybe this controversy, right, from last night, I mean, apparently WWE's PR had to get in touch with him to have a word. And who knows if that's not, maybe they've looked at him and gone, maybe he would be a bit too much of a risk. As long as this results in him not becoming WWE champion ever, I'll take that. I'll take that. He can have the World Heavyweight Champion. I don't care about that belt. I'm not bothered. I don't care. He can have it, parade around, call himself World Champion. It still ain't the one, is it? It still ain't the WWE Champion. We just made that one out. We'll make another one. It's not a problem. We'll make another one next year. We can retire that one. As soon as he's got it, as soon as he loses it or whatever, we'll just chuck that one away and we'll make a new one. Out of thin, we did it with the Universal Championship in 2016, just out of thin air, and then we did it with the World Heavyweight Championship, just out of thin air. All you do is you get a new belt design and a plinth, and you go, "Here's a new world title." Let's do that, but not the WWE Championship. We can't do that with that one. It just means so much more. Big Time said, Dave, you can make an argument that WrestleMania 40 had an underwhelming night one and a banging night two. WrestleMania 39 had a great night one and a dud night two. It's a hard balance. I agree. I agree. We have not found that perfect two-day WrestleMania, but then I would also argue that we never found many, if any, perfect one-day WrestleManias. I will look at 17 and 19. And I think we've all got our favourites, you know. But even those, I would say there's matches on there that I'd be like, you could change that, or you could maybe take that out, and I wouldn't be like heartbroken. So a 2-day one though we've not found. I think it's one of those, isn't it, where if WWE is going to be around for another 1,000 years, we're going to have many perfect shows. I just think that at that point you're going to have, at some point, it's a bit like monkeys with a typewriter. At some point, if they type for infinity, they will write the complete works of Shakespeare in order as well. Your brain can't comprehend it, because how could they get every letter correct? The complete work of Shakespeare in order that he published them. Well, it's because if they're typing forever, they're going to hit every combination of keys known, right? And so they'll write everything, like eventually, if you've got an infinite number of monkeys typing for infinity. And so if WWE is going to be around for, thousands of years, then chances are there will be a 2-day WrestleMania where every single match is 5 stars. It just sounds impossible, because we've never even come close. But I would just say, well, WrestleMania, so far we've had 40. I'm talking about thousands. So, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll also have a WrestleMania where every match gets 1 star, So I think all combinations are possible. It's just, what will we get in our lifetimes? What will we see? Will we ever get like a perfect WrestleMania? I mean, I doubt it. I mean, to be honest, we're lucky if we can get a WrestleMania that gets more than 1 5-star match. I feel lucky if I get a show that has any 5-star matches on. But we have, in all fairness, had a good run, actually, of 5-star matches. I feel like we are getting them on a more consistent basis now. But I would say that's because Triple H has turned up the in-ring importance. I think that now, with matches having more room to breathe, and with maybe superstars that are caring more about the in-ring product, we're starting to get better results. You have someone like Ilya Dragunov, you have someone like Gunther, you have someone like, and this might sound crazy, but Johnny Gargano, if he was to have a singles match on the main roster, you give Johnny a singles match on the main roster with a good story and a good build, I feel good that he'll deliver you a banging match. And that's not me pulling that out of my backside. I've seen him do it in NXT. That guy had loads of 5-star matches in NXT. His feud with Tommaso, his feud with Adam Cole, his match with Andrade, banging match with Aleister Black. I mean, he really did go up against lots of different people and pull out really, really great matches. He has got that ability. So, I look at like Sammy, look at Bron Breakker. I feel like we've got people that can deliver really good in-ring product now. So it's not like chance or anything. We've got the right pieces to deliver really good in-ring performances. So hopefully we see some of that this weekend. Is Bloodline winning tonight, said Bradley. We can go either way. I'm going to lean towards no. But if I was booking, yes. The reason for that is because I'm going to say no, because I think there is a chance that Jimmy returns. And I think he may cost the Bloodline. I also think that if we're about to do Bloodline, then do you really need the tag titles being caught up in that? I don't think you do. It might be better that Bloodline is its own thing, and then you've got tag titles on someone else, right? So you've got that over there, you've got this over here. So I can see a reason as to why you wouldn't go that way. The reason why I would is because I think this Bloodline, this new Bloodline, are in desperate need of being built up. They are so desperate. I mean, really, outside of Jacob, There just ain't much there. I think Solo, considering he never used to talk, I think his talking is pretty good, actually. I like those backstage sit-down promos where it's like a dark room and he's got the spotlight on him and you can see the others just in the backgrounds. I think he's been doing well in those. I think that, though, we gave him a big losing streak at the start of the year, and I think that has really set him back, because I think a lot of us now struggle to look at him as being like a killer, really, which is a shame, because that's how he was viewed until, for some reason, again, maybe this is another Triple H botch, but he went on this awful losing streak. I know that you had to get through Solo to get to Roman, and that meant that Solo had to take L's. But I don't know, was there not a better way of doing it? Was there no one else that could have took those L's instead of Solo? Certainly if the plan was that after WrestleMania, Solo was going to... I mean, Triple H would have known this. Triple H would have known after WrestleMania, I'm not going to have Roman, I'm not going to have The Rock. So I need Solo to fill that gap. So why bury Solo in the start of 2024 and the end of 2023 if you know that he's going to be the guy after WrestleMania? If anything, build him up so he feels just as big as Roman. Build him, build him, build him. Instead, we went the other way and we knocked him down. And you might remember there was that graphic going around that was like he was 0-34. Now, granted, a lot of those were house shows. I think we were doing a lot of Cody Solo matches, and Cody was winning, and Solo was losing. But I could maybe accept those because they're house shows, The problem is we live in a age where, even house shows, the results are known, yeah? And so that stuff before wouldn't have mattered, but it matters now. But there's no excuse for the losses on TV. There's no excuse for that. So I kind of look at Solo and I'm just really frustrated with how dirty we did him before WrestleMania. And now how much we've had to try and turn that around after. And I don't think we've really quite got there, because I don't look at him as being a problem for Cody. Cody should be fine. Cody's problem is going to be outside interference, isn't it? Cody's problem is going to be Jacob. Now, Jacob has been amazing. Jacob is intense with everything he does, even when he's telling Solo he loves him, it's intense. I love you, my tribal chief. Solo, I love you. He can't even say that he loves him in a relaxed manner. Everything's just turned up to 11. But that's what makes him so good. But Tonga Loa has just been pretty useless. He hasn't done anything, right? Can't even do low blows without punching his brother in the head. And Tonga, he just doesn't really have the size, does he? He's been fine. But neither of those guys strike me as being, a problem. They were really cool as Guerrillas of Destiny. But they just don't feel that cool now, to be honest. They just feel like a bumped up J&J security. They just feel like, I don't know, the Singh brothers to Jinder Mahal, They're just there to take the bumps, really. They're just there to take the bumps so that Solo doesn't have to. And so Jacob doesn't have to. If you want to go through the bloodline, if you want to beat up the bloodline, it's Tonga Loa. They're the ones that are going to bump around. So the reason why I would put the belts on them is that we've got to build this group up. We've got to make them feel like they're winners, like they're legit, like they matter, like they're a problem. We got to do that. So I would put the belts on them. But I don't know that they will. I don't know that Triple H is looking at it that way. Triple H might be looking at it as, I'll have Jimmy screw them, and then we can do Bloodline, and I'll have DIY carry on, and I'll keep building up DIY, which I do understand. But as I've said before, I would have DIY win the titles back, but just a little further down the road. I'd have DIY get those belts back, but just let Bloodline have a run with them first. So I'm going to say that they don't change hands, but yeah. He hit his head. It was just the wrong head, said James. What if Heyman returns with a new Heyman guy, Talatonga, said TJF. I think I've got a real problem with that stuff, to be honest, because I find it very hard to get excited about Hikuleo and Zilla and any other flipping Fatu that you want to bring in, right? Because I keep saying it, like, people are excited about, oh, we could bring this person in, we could do this, we could do that, right? But I'm looking at it going, hang on, we've brought in Tamatonga, we've brought in Tongaloa, and they just feel like boomers. Like, they just, I don't know anything about them. I don't care about them. Like, we just haven't done anything with them. Jacob has got himself over, right? So fair play to Jacob. But I'm looking going, well, if we bring in Hikuleo now as Talatonga, am I just going to be, is he just another person that's just going to stand in the background that I'm not going to care about? It's hard to care about someone else coming in when I see how the others have been treated. I see how the others have been presented. I see how the others have been booked, you know? He is bigger, so he would stand out more. I think he would join up with the heels, to be honest. I don't think he'd come back with Heyman. I think Hikuleo is going to be Talatonga, and I can't imagine he goes on the side away from his brothers. I think he would go with Tama and Tongaloa, right? You're going to have Talatonga, Tamatonga, and Tongaloa. Do you know what I mean? It's like she saw seashells on the seashore, isn't it? It's like it's one of those. It's going to be a tongue twister. But it's so hard to like get excited, for me anyway, and maybe I'm in the minority, but it's hard to sit here and go, oh God, yeah, it'll be so good. Let's bring in Zilla, let's bring in the... Because I'm looking at Tamatonga and Tongaloa and I'm like, we ain't done nothing with them. They just... I don't know anything about them. I don't have any emotional connection with them whatsoever. I don't necessarily hate them. I don't like them. They're just mid. So I'm just worried we're going to bring someone else in. I'm just going to feel like they're mid. So... The booking. The booking. The booking. He does a good job, Triple H, right? I know it might seem like we're moaning and complaining, but that is what wrestling fans love to do. It's the constant search for perfection, isn't it, I suppose? It's weird, isn't it? I mean, I feel like we're not the only people that do this. I think if you watch, say, The Walking Dead, I mean, that had loads of criticism. People were watching that show and loving it, and then as soon as it got to the midway kind of point, people started to tune out for various different reasons because they didn't like this, they didn't like that, you know. And so we're not the only ones that kind of look at stuff and criticize it. I think people do that with albums and music. People do it with films. You know, I mean, there's people that criticize films. There's people that criticize albums. You know, the needle drop guy, he does his music reviews and whatever. So we're not alone in going, oh, this is good at the moment, that needs changing, this is a concern, not sure about what they're doing there, this is going in that way, blah, 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 blah. We're not alone in doing that. And there's more good than bad. But, yeah, I mean, there are just a few things that you go, oh, I wish we'd build up the Bloodline better. I wish they felt like, you know, I wish they felt like monsters. Because you know when Roman comes back and you get Jimmy and you get Jay and you get Sammy, it's going to be amazing. OG Bloodline getting back together is going to be just amazing, right? But I just don't feel like they're going to be standing opposite equals. I don't feel like they're going to look across. I don't feel like going into Bloodline at Survivor Series, I ain't in any doubt who's winning that. I mean, to me, Roman is clearly better than Solo. Jimmy and Jay clearly batter Tamatonga Tongaloa. And, well, Sammy might get battered by Jacob, in all fair. Let's say it's 3-1. It's 3-1 to the OG Bloodline, right? 3-1 OG Bloodline. But I'm not in any doubt as unless Jacob's just going to mess them all up on his own, right? I mean, you can't rule that out, in all fairness. Jacob is the differentiator, isn't he? He is the problem. He's the one that just provides enough intrigue. But this is why, for me, we've got to build up that bloodline, the new bloodline. We've got to make them a viable threat. The Ring General said, I'm worried that they'll keep the belt on Priest until Berlin. They could do. I don't really mind, to be honest with me. I feel like Gunther's getting it. I think he gets it at SummerSlam, but people have made a good point that Damian could get out of SummerSlam with that belt, and then we go to Berlin, right? We absolutely could. I don't disagree there, and I think Damian. I don't know actually. I can't remember. I can't remember who the odds are in favor of, but either way, yes, there's a chance. But all I would say is, well, Gunther gets it in Berlin. He's gonna be champ. He's going to be multiple-time champ. So I'm all right. It's fine. If he don't get it now, he'll get it later. And what I would say is that if they're going to keep the belt on Damian, I've got to think that they are going to be telling a good story. So I think for me, because I love Gunther, right? I love Gunther, one of my favorite wrestlers. So I absolutely want him to be champion, but I think I also want this story to be told, right? What are we doing with Damian? What are we doing with Finn? What are we doing with Rhea? What are we doing with Dominic? What are we doing with Judgment Day? If we've got to keep the belt on Damian to just tell that story properly and do what we need to do with that, fine. That's fine. I can get to Berlin. That's fine. I can go past Berlin. I'm really not in a rush. I think he gets the title. I really do. And I think it'll be this year. It may not be tomorrow, but it'll be this year at some point. So I think he's the one that gets it from Damian. I think he's the one. Unless they go with Finn, and Finn ends up being the one. So, I might start getting a bit worried if he hasn't won it by Berlin, right? Check back with me then. Because maybe then we do start going down a slightly different road. But I still would not change my mind that Gunther gets it eventually. My mind is, that's cemented. He's going to be champ. But, yeah, maybe they want to just tell this Judgment Day story first. So, we'll see. Don't worry. Wrestling Russ said, Bloodline clean sweep tomorrow would really shake things up. Just saying. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that if Solo, I mean, I can't remember if I said it in my predictions. I'm pretty sure I did. I would have Solo batter Cody. Whatever you can do to make this new bloodline seem credible, you do it, right? You do it for the reasons that we've just spoke about. So I think I would have him batter him. I would have Cody trying to fight, and it's very clear that since becoming Tribal Chief, Solo has leveled up, right? And I think that you have Cody trying stuff, and everything he goes for, Solo's got an answer to it. And Solo just smashes Cody. I wouldn't have it be like Brock Cena. I think, if you went that way, it might look a little silly. You definitely have Cody getting some shots in and looking like having a few moments, but he'll have a few shots and he'll be looking good. Then say, he goes for the Cody cutter. Solo has got it scouted, steps out the way. Cody misses it, and now Solo's back in control. And then Solo has good periods, and then maybe Cody breaks out and it looks like he's going to fight back, gets a few shots in. Ends up going for another big move, try maybe Cody cutter off the top, or maybe even going for a crossroad, and again it's reversed, it's scouted, Solo's got the answer, boom, that's put to bed. Really, whatever Cody's trying, Solo seems to have the answer to. I think if I'm Michael Cole, I'm really trying to get across the message that I want to get across during that match is this is a different Solo. They always say that when you become champion, you find an extra 20%, right? Because, you feel just full of confidence. Like, you're the man. You're not trying to be the man. You are the man. And Solo becoming Tribal Chief has done that. He might not be champion, but he's Tribal Chief. In his mind, he's Tribal Chief. And he's got people recognizing that. So that is the same as winning a championship. He is the head of the table. He is the tribal chief. That extra 20% you get by being champion, he's got it. He's got it. So the Solo that we saw at the start of the year is not the Solo that we're seeing now. And I think you have to get that story over. You've got to build up this new bloodline. You've got to. But I don't know that I would end Cody's title reign, because I think you've still got Cody Rock that we need to do, and I think the belt is gonna be involved in that. So this is where, you know, ref gets knocked down, outside interference. It could be one of those where Roman comes back and Roman costs Solo. You know, it might be the ref gets knocked down and the whole, like, new bloodline get involved, which then brings out Randy, brings out Heyman, brings out Roman, you know, and then boom, the final shot is Cody pinning Solo, retaining the championship, and a lot of confusion, like Cody looking over as Roman's looking in Cody's way, just sort of nodding. The visual of that would be very interesting, because Solo tried to help Roman retain at WrestleMania. Fast forward to SummerSlam, and Roman is costing Solo from winning the title back for the family. That's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? That's an interesting dynamic. Solo stood by his tribal chief, but now Roman won't stand by his. And the reason is because he doesn't recognize Solo as the tribal chief, right? There's been a coup. So he's not going to recognize him, is he? So I think there's a lot of storytelling, a lot of really deep stuff going on. But I think Solo, up until that point, just looks like he's got this. If this match was just going to go the way it's going, Solo wins it. Because you got to build him up, ain't you? Got to build him up. Right, Tongaloa is the best Samoan Tonga wrestler in history, says Tom. Raven said, I can't stand Roman, but I want Roman to beat Solo's ass. Goodfella said Rock made that whole weird thing about putting on Cody's belt before he left. Yeah, and also he's got that People's Championship. I really think that comes into play. I've said before, I think that belt only exists because it's going to be used in a storyline. I think that's title versus title. You really build up how much that People's Championship means to The Rock, and there's something to take away from The Rock now. There's something that you can take from The Rock. Granted, giving him an L, having him lose a match, that would be a big deal. But now you can take an actual physical object away. The People's Championship. That could be Cody's. It could be Roman's. It could be Roman, who knows? But there's so much potential with him having that belt that, I mean, no doubt that is for storyline purposes. Mr. Unfamiliar, shout out to you, my friend, said, do we think Cody's boring reign hurts the title? No, I don't think it hurts the title. I think the title is the WWE Championship. That belt is just dripping in history, dripping in prestige. I mean, that's it's going to have to take a long period of awfulness to tarnish that. I mean, to me, I look at that belt, I see Bruno, I see Bret Hart, I see Shawn Michaels, I see Stone Cold, I see the Attitude Era, I see Ruthless Aggression, I see Roman Reigns, I see John Cena. I mean, that is the belt. That is the WWE Championship. That is the biggest prize in professional wrestling, in my opinion. Yeah. So him having a bit of a boring run since WrestleMania doesn't change nothing about the prestige of that belt. What it might change is people's perception to Cody. You know, people were so desperate for him to finish the story, and now the story has been finished, and what's happened after has not been anywhere near as exciting. So, you know, the enthusiasm for Cody may have taken a hit as a result, but not the prestige of the title. And I think if anyone views the title differently now because of what's happened since WrestleMania, I would just say, just go back, watch wrestling, just look at what that title has been through. Just look at what the WWE Championship means. Just look at what that belt is. I mean, it just is everything. So, no, it doesn't change the belt, but it might change Cody's relationship with the fans. It might not be as passionate, as visceral, as raw, that they want him to succeed. Many still will. But, I agree that it's been underwhelming, but that is not Cody's fault. That's not Cody's fault. And this is what I keep saying. I don't blame Cody for that. I don't take that out on Cody. I blame Triple H. Another thing to blame Triple H for. Do you know, actually, the more we talk, the more I'm thinking that 90%, I might have been a bit kind. Might have been a bit, when I said he gets 90% right. Perhaps I meant 9. I mean, I saw that documentary, the WrestleMania one, where he said to Cody, like, you've got the ball now, right? It's down to us to give you the plays, right? You've got the ball. It's our job now to set the fields. And Cody was like, yeah. Well, they ain't, have they? They ain't. They gave him a match against AJ Styles, which the build was very flat. The match banged, but we all knew who was going to win. No one gave AJ a chance. The fact they were able to pull a match out as amazing as what they did, I would say is credit to Cody. I would actually say, where people are saying like Cody's a boring champion, I'd go, well, no, I think the creative is boring, but I think that Cody is doing as much as he can with what is being given. And I would point to that match with AJ at Backlash, which is one of the best matches of the year. No doubt about it, right? Certainly from a WWE, maybe it doesn't hang with Ospreay MJF or like, some of the stuff from Wrestle Kingdom, but from a WWE perspective, I would say that in ring wise, that match might be the best match of WWE of the year. I mean, it's hard to compare to the main event of WrestleMania because that had a lot of bells and whistles. I mean, if you was to take Undertaker and Cena and Rock and Seth and, everyone out of that, was Roman against Cody better? It's hard to compare, isn't it? Because that had so many bells and whistles. I mean, we went so bonkers with the booking of that, and in a good way. I think if you put that to the side, because it's such an exception, I think singles match-wise, you'll struggle to find something better than Cody AJ. Then we follow it up with Logan. I mean, I can't even remember how we got to that match. I think wasn't it just... I don't even know. I can't even remember. There was no number one contenders match. I think Logan just said he wanted it, and that was it. I can't remember. I can't even remember how we built to that match. I don't think there was one. I think it was just Logan called his shot, and that was it. And the match was all right, It was a Logan match. We've seen all of his tricks. We've seen him many, many times. And, the more Logan matches you see, the less impressive they become, because he's not a highly trained wrestler, is he? He's someone that knows a bag of tricks, and we've seen those tricks. And so, it's interesting how his matches don't garner the same reaction this year as they did when we were seeing him last year, right? And I just don't know what kind of a tune you can get out of him now. I mean, he can do his frog splash to the outside, and he can do other few bits, frog splash in the ring, suplex, clothesline, a few bits and bobs like that, buckshot lariat, and that's it. I mean, that's it. It's Rick. I mean, it's funny actually, because a lot of people criticize Ric Flair for just having the same moves and the same spots, but he managed to make not only a career out of it, but he's highly regarded as one of the, if not the greatest wrestlers ever. Logan's got a bag of tricks and a bag of spots, and his matches aren't as well received this year, right? Still, don't get me wrong, he's still super athletic. He's still doing an amazing job considering the amount of training he's had, right? So it's not a knock of him. I'm just saying, hard to get a tune now out of Logan when we've seen everything he can do, right? So I don't know how much you can blame Cody for that. And then the rematch with AJ, I thought was brilliant. I really enjoyed it. It was that street fight. And they did give him a little bit more of a build. This time it was the fake retirement of AJ, you know, which we all saw coming. And, you know, again, they tried to do a little something. What we don't have is we don't have that big feud for him. We don't have that big kind of meaningful him against Roman, or do you know what I mean? Him against someone and he's in peril and oh my God, I think he's going to lose the title. His title has just not really ever felt in any danger. And now we've built up to Solo. And I don't think any of us would have wanted this match for SummerSlam. Him against Solo. But this is the match we've got. I mean, I don't know about you. I would much rather have turned Randy heel and done Cody versus heel Randy. If tomorrow was Cody against heel Randy and we'd just had a good 8 weeks of builds, to me, that would be, we'd be in a much better place, right? A much better place. But they don't want to do that. I'm sure we will, but not yet. And so it's Solo. And the story has been that he's took out Randy. He's took out Kevin. He's made Cody watch. And now we're getting this match for the title, you know? I think it's really hard to look at what we've just said and say that Cody has underdelivered or has not been a great champion, because what about what we've just said is Cody's fault? What about what we've just discussed, what do we blame Cody for? Could some of his promos have been a little bit more impactful? Yeah, maybe. Maybe like he could have just killed it like with the promos a bit more. But his promos, I think, have been fine. Maybe not spectacular. They've been fine. The matches, when that bell rings and it's a big PLE, I think he delivers. His 2 AJ matches have been really good. Really good. Right up there. And the community has scored them right up there as well. So it's not just me saying this. The community has agreed. So I really struggle with the narrative that Cody is like a bad champion. I really think it's the creative. I really think it's what they've given him to do. So for me, I look at Cody's title reign. It has been underwhelming. I don't blame him for it. It is disappointing they couldn't set up something bigger for him. I feel like bigger is definitely coming. You've got The Rock. You've got the Roman turn, which I'm sure they're going to do. Maybe John Cena next year. Who knows? Who knows? Cody versus John Cena in Cena's last year, as Cena tries to win his 17th title. We could absolutely do that, right? So I sort of feel like you look at the future and you go, well, there's some good stuff on the way. I feel like there's some good stuff on the way. But we've just kind of gone through a period where we've just sort of trod a bit of water, really. It's hard to criticize the AJ matches. They were so good. It's just never felt like the title was in trouble, did it? You know? So, yeah, lots of talking points there. Maybe some would agree, maybe some would disagree. Uncle Howdy said, Days Lily is based on the night demon Lilith, who depicted with raven hair flanked by owls that are nocturnal. Lilith is the queen of demons. Alexa's version of the fiend will be inspired by the night demon. Yeah, I mean, all of that sounds like not an answer, right? Because I understand where the name comes from, right? About it being Lilith and it being like, wasn't she the original partner of Adam in the Bible? And she's like now like the demon, she's the fallen angel and all that. I get that, right? But we never dug into why she was in that doll. We never dug into what she wanted, what she was trying to achieve. Was it her, or was it someone that was inspired by her? Was she in that doll all along? Why did she choose that doll? Why did she choose Alexa? Like, I kind of feel like I get why the name is that, and I get what the character could be based on, but we just never dug into the backstory. I can't sit here and tell you anything about Lilith or Lily, other than I know Lilith from the Bible used to be with Adam, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. But I don't even know that it's that. It could be like a spirit that it has been inspired by the Bible, couldn't it? It could be someone that is deluded, that believes they are Lilith, right? And has kind of took over the doll. I mean, this is where it loses me, because, you know, a doll being possessed and running around of its own accord is so far out of my comfort zone that I find that a challenge, to be honest. As I said, I always enjoyed the puppets in the Funhouse because they had puppeteers, or at least in my mind they had puppeteers. And I always thought it'd be fun to find out who those puppeteers were. With Lily, she always went that one step further, where, I mean, I don't believe there were any puppeteers. So you kind of have to just go with that was a possessed doll. It was a possessed doll. But we don't know who had possessed it. I mean, like, she was called Lily, but I don't even know that it was Lilith that had possessed it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but did we ever establish that? Was it ever confirmed what had actually possessed Lily? Who Lily actually was? I understand there can be fan theories where you can go, oh, it must be Lilith because of the name, but I don't know that that was ever confirmed. I don't know that we ever got that backstory. I don't know that we ever got those motivations, or, you know, that kind of insight, that character development. I saw it, honestly, I can't stress it enough, it felt like Bray Wyatt from Wish. That's how it felt like to me. With Bray, he's going to give you that backstory. He's going to give you, this is Mercy. It's, do you know what I mean? It's based on this. This is Huskus. It's based on this. This is Ramblin' Rabbits based on, this is Abby the Witch, clearly based on Sister Abigail. You know, you're going to get like some real depth. You're going to get something of substance. But with Lily, I never found that substance. I never found it. And it just felt like, Vince McMahon's Funhouse. Right, that's what it felt like. We had Bray Wyatt's Firefly Funhouse, and I felt like Lily was Vince McMahon trying to go, I can do this. I've got that. I can do this. Goddamn, pal. He thinks he's the only one that can book spirits and spooky things. And he, do you know, he gave it a go, didn't he? He gave it a blooming good go. But I don't think it was as good as Bray, to be honest. I think they actually even confirmed, you know, that I read a thing that said that the person that came up with Alexa's Playgrounds, do you know who that was? That came up with Alexa's Playgrounds? Some people might be going, I bet it's Bray. It was Triple H. Triple H came up with Alexa's Playground, apparently. So for me, that kind of gives you an insight as to where some of this creative was coming from. It was not coming from the mind of Bray Wyatt, and I think at times that really showed. So yeah, I get the name Lily and where it comes from. I just don't get who the character was, why it was there, how long it had been around for, why Alexa had never mentioned this thing before. That was strange. She'd never mentioned it before. All of a sudden, she's got this doll she can't live without, that she has to carry around with her everywhere. And we'd never heard of it before. We'd never seen it before. We'd never heard of it before. She'd never mentioned it before. There'd been no references to it before. And then she's showing us pictures of her with it when she's young. And it was just completely out of nowhere. So I wish we'd dug into it more. If I'd have booked it, it would not have gone as far as it had. I would have had a puppeteer for it, because I think then you could have a reveal, which would have been very interesting. I also think it would have kept it in the grey area, because some people don't want to go as far as Lily went, and you know, that is a real turn off to some people. So I think that Lily really pushed things maybe too far. And I also, so I wouldn't have gone as far as that. I would have had a puppeteer, and I would have given you a real backstory. I would have really explored the backstory of Lily, and I really would have tried to fill in any blanks, you know. And hopefully that, you know, would have made it a bit more palatable. Do you remember when she did those therapy sessions? That was annoying. Alexa did therapy sessions where she tried to wean herself off of Lily, and we watched 6 weeks of it. And at the end, and I told this story the other week, at the end, the therapist was like, I think you've done a really good job. I think, you know, we've really made some progress. So much so, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you this Lily. This is the WWE shop Lily. And now you can have this instead. And this will remind you of Lily. You can carry this one now. And so she carried that instead. So we weaned her off the OG Lily, and we replaced it with a Lily off WWE shop. And the reason we did that is so that the kids can buy the one off WWE shop and feel like they've got one just like Alexa. You know, it's so seedy, in it. It's so, you can see why some of these decisions get made, and it's infuriating. It's infuriating. Rather than telling a good story and then just making merch from it, you took the OG Lily away, right? Well, I never cared about anyway. And you replaced it with a WWE shop Lily so that you could sell more Lilies, because Lilies were selling well. And you want the kids to feel like they've got one just like Alexa. And I get it. I understand why you would want to do that. But like, oh God, it was so see-through. It was so shameful. It was so embarrassing. I think you can tell I wasn't a fan. I did. The whole Lily thing was a struggle for me. Yeah. So we'll have to see, like, what we if she comes back as Lily, like Uncle Howdy has said, right? I'd be on board with it. Not a problem. Maybe we could use that as a way of exploring the character, right? But it's one that I don't know that people would be crazy about straight away. I don't know that people would be like, oh my God, this is sick. This is all. I don't know what Lily's reputation was like, you know. I'm not sure people look back on Lily as fondly as they do, say, the Funhouse. Big Time said Lily was a cash cow. She was with that example, yeah. WWE could make Wyatt 6 plush toys and sell them like hotcakes. I'm surprised they didn't make money off the Rabbit and Mercy and Uncle Howdy. The demand would be high. You preferred Lily. Oh, we all did, didn't we, James? Lily Savage as the GOAT. Might be an unpopular opinion, said Angie and Joshua. Go for it. Go for it. But I like the new dynamic of the Bloodline. When I look at the Tongans, I actually see Jimmy and Jay. They, Sammy, the comic relief a lot of time. They, Sammy, the comic relief a lot of time. What, you think that Tamatonga, Tongaloa are going to be the comedy element? Well, we'll have to see. I mean, that hasn't really come across to me at the moment. I suppose you have got Tama going, he does that, doesn't he? I don't know that I've seen much from Tongaloa outside of the eye patch. But, well, let's see. They're definitely here to stay. We're definitely going to be doing Bloodline. And we'll see if they can deliver. Bum, bum, bum. Right, we should be going over to the show. Okay, we're in Cleveland. We're at Smackdown. We've done it, my friends. We've made it. So we are just seeing Cleveland. We already had a good look at Cleveland already. Thanks. And we had a look at the stadium already. We haven't seen the entrance. Ugh. There's a prime truck that has arrived. There sounds like there's loud boos, you know, for Logan. I think there's loud boos. I don't think Cleveland are part of the Maverick crew. Yeah, as soon as he jumped out of that prime truck, there was, you could hear not the strongest reaction for Logan. This crowd is loud. I'm happy, said not CC. Days Prime is declining, and it is a coincidence that Logan and WWE partnered up to have Prime on the mat to salvage whatever relevancy is left. I think that's their strategy, isn't it, though? I think they've got a lot of sponsors. I've seen them sponsor like Barcelona and baseball and maybe Bayern Munich and UFC, and I think they really got into sponsorship. That was a big strategy of theirs. Oh, we're starting with Cody. I don't know why I'm so surprised, but Cody Rhodes. Cody opening the show. Dun, dun, dun. Right, he is going to be apparently doing a bit of a face-to-face, a bit of a confrontation with Solo tonight. I feel like we know how that will go. I'm guessing it's going to be that Cody will get beaten down week before tomorrow. I think Logan is going to have Machine Gun Kelly come out because he's in town and he reps the land a lot. It would make sense. They're kind of good friends, said Rowan's Chaotic Life. LS Dub, hello. Shout out to you. Jojo, hello. Trini, hello. Right, here we go. Cody Rhodes making his way down. We had the kickoff show earlier. If you missed it, you didn't really miss anything. If you missed it, don't worry about it. This is what you want to be watching. Smackdown. Obviously, we will be live tomorrow. We'll be live before the countdown show. We'll be here for all 3 hours of the countdown show. And we will also be here throughout all of SummerSlam. Immediately after the show, I will have some sort of video up. I don't know what it'll look like. Depends what happens. And we will do an opinions video. And we'll do an opinions video for SmackDown tonight as well. I have ordered a Dairy Queen cheeseburger and a cookie dough Blizzards. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I was talking about Blizzards the other day. Nice. There are some Prime bottles that are awful, said Kian. Where? Do you mean on the thing? We haven't got the wing thing. We do have the Prime bottle in the ring, but we don't have Wingstop yet. So apparently Wingstop will be on the mat tomorrow. I heard in the corners. I don't know if it's all 4 corners or 2 corners. But there will be a Wingstop logo in the corners on the mat. Cody Chan. Temu Bloodline sign. Something, something Cody Rhodes sign. Some good signs. Like it. So, Cleveland. When do we think we see Tala Tonga? Used to be Hikaleo. Do you think Zilla signs? I think they could bring in Zilla. I don't think it'll be this weekend. Talatonga is signed, I don't know that we see him this weekend. I feel like this weekend is going to be about, unless he debuts tonight, but I feel like tomorrow is going to be about Roman. So with Roman coming in, then maybe the new bloodline have to up the ante, and they do that with Talatonga. So Talatonga might be Berlin, might be a little further down the road, unless they bring him in tonight and they do it just before Roman. But I don't think that you would want to bring in Hikuleo Talatonga the same show as Roman, because he'll be overshadowed, won't he? He'll be overshadowed. So if we don't see him tonight, then I'm going to say we don't see him this weekend. Okay, Solo is making his way down to the ring. He is looking like a Chicagan gangster godfather. Roman Reigns is the real tribal chief. Solo Sikoa eats corn the long way. Bum, 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 bum. He may come in tonight. Give him Roman the push tomorrow, said Tony. William said, oh my God, Solo Sikoa is joining the Wyatt Six. Timothy said, do we think Roman could come back at SummerSlam? He could come back at SummerSlam. I would say I'm 80% that he comes back at SummerSlam. But I have had some people quite passionately tell me, no, it ain't happening. So there are people out there that are adamant that we don't get Roman tomorrow. That has put a little bit of doubt in my mind, but loud, we want Roman chant. Cleveland. Booze for Solo. Acknowledge me. Cleveland, Ohio, acknowledge me. They didn't, you know. They didn't. Don't forget, he knows Jacob. I don't think we see Roman tomorrow, said I'm Kyle. Is Solo in the Mafia now? Solo is the Mafia now. Solo sucks. Solo sucks. Trini said Solo feels like Roman from Wish. Green shirt guy. Yeah, green shirt guy. More importantly, where's Trinidad flag guy? The real OG. Is he there? I almost admire it. The lengths that you've gone, I almost admire it. Tomorrow night at SummerSlam, the bell's gonna ring. Once all the cinema that the Bloodline is so famous for ends, tomorrow the bell rings. Yes, yes. Solo's like, are you done? You are wasting my time. Yes. Flyboy Wave, shout out to you. That's good. He was waffling. You're a self-appointed tribal chief. But I'm the actual undisputed WWE champion. I sit on a throne I once broke. He said, he's talking about Randy and Kevin. I don't know what Solo said. Was it something like he can't help you? Can't help you. Or he don't matter. He's dead now. I intend to pay them back with your blood. Bloodline rules. When you beat Roman, he was a tribal chief that was weak. He was a tribal chief that was weak. But me, I'm not weak. I'm the opposite. I'm dangerous. Isn't the opposite of weak strong? I don't think the opposite of weak is dangerous. What? Tells the crowd to shut up. Put your money where your mouth is. Oh, hello. Jacob. Well, I don't know what Solo just said. Put your money where your mouth is, but Jacob's here, and that's too big of a distraction. Cameraman's jumping out the ring. Cameraman should just leave. Here's Tamatonga, Tonga Loa. Oh, here's Tonga Loa. Jesus, mate, come on. The powerhouse? The one-eyed, slightly late powerhouse? He's done a Papa Shango. Tonga Loa. I ain't scared of you. Tamatonga. We got a lot of history. I ain't afraid of you. Jacob Fatu. I'm petrified of you. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh my god. I'm not scared of you either, you done son of a... Oh, that is so good. I mean, he's dead now, but, you know. Look at Jacob. No one's ever said that to Jacob. No one's even thought that about Jacob. Oh god, do you remember Cody? He was good, weren't he? Do you remember him? Oh, dead now. Okay, he's accepted Summer, and I'm not sure what he's accepted. I don't know. Did Solo just tell him his funeral arrangements? You know, these three men will tear you apart. Bloodline rules, is it? Arborist, thank you. Tag titles come back to the Bloodline, and tomorrow that comes back to the Bloodline too. Good open. Still going. All I have to do is defeat the tribal chief. Ugh. Ah, there it is. Since the tribal chief's not here, I'll settle for the wannabe. Oh, that was good. I was worried then that he had actually acknowledged. Should have known. Should have known. I was like, oh, no, don't acknowledge him as the tribal chief. Do you remember when he turned to Jacob and called him a son of a witch? Solo can't even tear bread apart, said TJF. When is Alexa coming back, said Jay. We're not sure. Obviously, we're looking at this weekend, but I don't know. I'm going in with some doubts now. We really need the 24/7 title back. Tongaloa to hold. He can't be left out, said J14. Cody is carrying this promo, said Dro. It's official. Bloodline rules at SummerSlam for the undisputed WWE Championship. I mean, Bloodline rules is just no DQ in it. Okay, we're in the barbershop with Carmelo. Let's talk about it. No one saw or remembered that. Don't talk about the fact you beat me in some cornfield in Nebraska. I think what's so good about Carmelo is he's just cool, isn't he? He's just cool. He looks cool. He could be like a young rapper or a young basketball player. He just looks cool. Like that promo where it's like, next time you and me step on the court, I ain't gonna miss. And you're just like, yeah, I want to see that then. And the great thing about WWE seems to be, well, here you go then. You're welcome. Here's Andrade. Making his way down to the ring. And he's got his mask on as well. Signing in the crowd said Mello is him. Can't stop, won't stop, said Mello. Don't miss. Coming up next, Andrade takes on Carmelo Hayes. We run it back next. Mello should get a singles match at WrestleMania 41, said Ellis-Dub. Tomorrow, oh, I don't get to see those nice things because TNT Sports hate me. Tomorrow, gone. Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice to have? Isn't it nice to have a non-taped show? Right now we've got commercial break. Obviously last week's Smackdown. Was taped. Let's turn this down a little bit. What is the best and worst SummerSlam, said Sigmund. We do get asked that quite a bit. But not worst, actually. I feel like the best is a tricky one because the best is obviously, well, both are subjective, but the best is tricky for me because SummerSlam 92, larges loom in my mind. Like, large is big because of the fact that we had at Wembley, and we had that Bret Hart and Bulldog one. I mean, to be honest, subjectively looking at it, the card was not that strong. I think if I take my British bias hat off, I think a lot of people would probably say 2002, which is like the Shawn and the Triple H and the Rock and Brock, and it's just a really solid offering. I mean, really, it's just a really, really good. I don't know that any SummerSlam, though, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know that any SummerSlam really has reached the heights of a WrestleMania 17 or a WrestleMania 19. I feel like when people talk about like the best pay-per-views, you hear a lot about like those WrestleManias. You hear a lot of WrestleManias. SummerSlams, they've been good, but we don't tend to have too many that I would say have got into that kind of really great range. I do remember going quite crazy for the one in 2020, actually. Seem to remember we scored that really high. I don't know how we would score it now. I don't know if it was just, I mean, it was a horrible year, wasn't it? Horrible. There is every chance that we just got a half decent show and just went crazy for it. I just went crazy. Because I think is that not the show that Roman comes back on? Which is a big moment. And I think we get to bang in women's matches because I think Asuka wrestles twice. So I think we get Asuka Bayley and Asuka Sasha. So, which is really good. I think we got the Dominic Seth match, which we weren't sure about, but actually banged. It was actually pretty good. So I seem to recall like that SummerSlam being one that we really liked. And obviously we spoke about Brock with the tractor. In regards to worsts, probably be looking like, I don't know, 93 wasn't brilliant. That's the Lex one, innit? Where he wins the title but doesn't win the title. Like wins the match but doesn't win the title. And like as you get into like, you know, 95, as you're getting into New Generation, like that ain't good. I think aren't we looking at like King Mabel and Diesel and like, you know, these kind of people are like, I seem to remember that being a really low point. But yeah, best is, I would say most people will probably go 2002. Scottish Nightmare said 2020 was when Roman returned. He won the title a week later. Was it a week later? Was it a week? Wow. I know it wasn't like I would have said it was the next PLE, but I wouldn't have said the next PLE was the very next one. Or like the very next week, sorry. Okay, we're back to the action. SummerSlam 2002 is top 5. Zoom said 93 to 95 is yuck. Well, I don't mind Undertaker from 94. But again, I think if you look at those cards as a whole, I mean, they just ain't going to hang, are they? Because it's New Generation. Which they were capable of some good shows, New Generation in all fairness, but most of them missed. Mello don't miss, but I would argue that the New Generation did. Where are you from? In England. I am from the Midlands. I hope we don't see Jimmy tonight. Roman, Jimmy, Jay, Sammy, Zilla, Hikaleo, all tomorrow. Laughing emoji, said Josh. Roman Reigns will help Cody, said David. Yeah, Roman winning the title a week later at Payback, says H. Days will get to the super chats. I'll get to them. I'll get to them now. I think I've done them actually. There's one. There's only one. Sleaze Boy, shout out to you. SummerSlam prediction. Liv Morgan is going to get revenge on Rhea and Dominic by making out with Dominic's father. What do you think? I think he'd be up for it. Certainly if he was watching the Kickoff show earlier. I think he'll be up for it. I don't know how Angie will feel. That might be the next match. Angie versus Ray. She's bigger than him. I mean, it might not go well for Ray, that match. But yeah, that would be what I think Ray would be fine with that. I think in that moment, Ray would probably be thinking, I'm so glad I didn't retire. I knew hanging on would have its benefits. Here we go, Carmelo. Roman and Cody are going to be the biggest baby faces in WWE, and they're going to be on the same brand, says Brony. Can't wait to watch the action, said Madia. Uncle Howdy said, do you watch JD from New York? No. I'm aware of him. I don't have any feelings. I don't watch. I don't really watch any of the kind of YouTube stuff that's out there. If I watch YouTube stuff, it's going to be podcasts. It's going to be WWE's own channel. Stuff like that, really. I don't watch Cultaholic. I don't watch What Culture. I don't watch those kind of things. I'm not against them. I've just never watched them. I feel like they do a lot of educational pieces, like for maybe those that are just coming into wrestling to, like, you know, kind of bring them up to speed. They're very good, in all fairness. I mean, you know, I'm sure I could watch it and, like, it would remind me of a lot of stuff, or maybe even learn a few bits. But I don't know. I don't really look for that because they talk about a lot of stuff that I've seen. 1, 2, nope. Right, we are underway with our opening contest, 26 minutes in. If you are just joining us, we've had a pretty fun open, in all fairness. And our main event is going to be Bloodline Rules. Carmelo goes to the outside. Andrade climbs up. Boom. Justin said, it took so long to finally get a heel Roman, and it was incredibly successful. I don't know if turning him back is the way to go, said Justin. I can understand that concern. I can understand it. I also wasn't sure about doing it straight away. I think the story is there, though, to do Bloodline, and the story is there to do Roman, and I think of who you would want to turn. You know, if you want to do Bloodline, you're not going to turn Solo, so you're going to turn Roman. And then if you want to do Roman Rock, well, all of you, that's it. It's done, innit? So I feel like you're in the situation where you kind of have to turn Roman face to do the matches that you now want to do. So it's one of those. Have you seen the UFC Abu Dhabi card? Thoughts? I've not seen, but if I don't cover it, I don't really go out my way to look at it. I will check the results after, just so that I can keep up to speed. And if there's anything there that looks interesting, if there's any matches or shock results or anything that catches my eye, then I'll go out my way to try and look at the highlights of it. But no, I couldn't even tell you who's fighting, to be honest. If it's not a show that we're going to be doing and we're doing something else instead, and I know I'm not watching it, I don't engage with it. Do you see Andrade becoming US champ or WWE champ? Yeah, I think he could become mid-card champ, no problem. WWE champ, I'm going to say no. He may get to heavyweight champ, but you know, I think a lot is going to have to change to get him to that. I mean, right now he's just lucky to get on TV, isn't he? I mean, right now he feels quite a distance away from any championship, you know. It's quite frustrating. I don't know if we're just waiting for Charlotte to come back. We could be waiting for Charlotte, but it is quite frustrating because I think he's an incredible talent. Roman is going to team up with Cody, said Notta, and take the Tribal Chief title back from Solo. Cody keeps the belt. Solo goes home solo, and Jacob becomes Roman's enforcer. Jonathan said, my question is, who are the 4 members of the OG Bloodline after Jimmy returns? Because when Roman responds to returning, he said he will not be alone. Who are the 4 OG members? Well, Jimmy, Jay, Sammy, and Roman. I'm trying to think if there was anyone before Sammy, but no, I think it was just the 3. I mean, obviously Heyman. But can't think anyone else that was helping them out or anything. I think it was just those guys. And then Sammy came along. So, yeah, it'll be... I could see him potentially coming back with Jimmy. It'd be a bit of a shame because Jimmy won't really get his moment, you know? Or if he does, it'll be all of a few minutes or seconds because he'll come out first and then we bring out Roman. So I could see Jimmy and Roman coming out together. I can't see Roman, Jimmy, Jay, and Solo coming out tomorrow. Because there's going to be a big question as to how did this all happen? How did they get together? I think you're missing a big part of the story if they come out together, you know? So I kind of feel like Jimmy and Roman could come out together, but I think they're going to have to do a bit of work to convince Jay to join them. And that's a moment. that moment where Jimmy and Jay embrace and they're back on board with each other, that's going to be a moment. I don't think you want to do that, you know, away from the camera. There's definitely, you know, content there. There's definitely something to get out of that. So I really can't see all of them coming back together tomorrow. I respect that some are doubtful about Roman could be great and not as a heel. I'm not worried. I think once Triple H lets Roman be himself, he'll be an even bigger star as a face with an edge, says you think Edge is coming back, Trini? You think that it's going to be Roman and Edge? Jesus. I did not predict that. Edge. Imagine that. Roman comes back and then you think you know me. On this day, I see clearly. Oh, imagine if Roman comes back dressed as, like, Christian. Oh, wow. Weren't Romans Christians? If you think about it. Think about it. I think Romans were Christians. So, Roman and Edge. It does actually make a lot of sense. Carmelo striking the ropes. He's got Andrade on the ropes right now. Ooh, that was quite innovative. He bounces on that middle rope, grabs a hold of Andrade, hits a suplex. That was kind of fun. It was one of those where maybe it just needed 5% more with the impact. But it was very innovative. Boom. I mean, honestly, it looked fine. It looked great. But it just didn't get much of a reaction from the crowds. We got Andrade up top with Carmelo. Darkseid said maybe the fans accept Roman as a face because it'll be on their terms and not being shoved down their throats. That's a really excellent point. I completely agree. Part of the problem before is that, you know, Roman had been identified as the next Cena. Big superplex by Andrade. So you're right, it was not on their terms, and they didn't want him. They wanted Daniel Bryan or anyone. And but this time, you know, you've got them chanting, "We want Roman." So they're going to give you what you want. I'm not watching live. How does the stadium look? We're not in the stadium yet. Stadium looks good. I mean, it's a big stadium, proper stadium. Apparently it's going to be 60,000, so it's going to look good. Days so far under Triple H Creative, what do we think's been the biggest success and the biggest failure? What do you think, James? I think biggest success has got to be Bloodline, Roman and that whole story. And I think biggest failure, in my head I've got Money in the Bank cash-ins. I don't know, is there a bigger failure than that? I mean, I hated Drew's and I really hated Austin Theory's. Liv's was fine, but even Liv's was a problem because she cashed in on Ronda and we sort of knew she wasn't better than Ronda, so she sort of looked like a weak champion, which was why the match with Ronda was so important at SummerSlam, and then they went and botched that, didn't they? So actually, even that Ronda match at SummerSlam that was botched with its booking, I would say even that was like, oof. I don't like how that was booked. I don't know that that was under Triple H though, because wasn't SummerSlam his first one in charge? So I don't think we can blame him for the Liv one. It just feels like it's his fault. But yeah, I hate those two cash-ins. Can't blame him for Seth this year because that's due to injury. Can't blame him for Punk. because that's due to injury. I think the booking of Cody has been frustrating after WrestleMania. I don't think that's a massive problem, though. I just think it's a bit cold at the moment, but I feel like with the right story, you can heat that right back up. If we were now to build to Cody against Rock, everything would be fine. Like, what we've just been through would be forgotten. So, I get why it would be a mention, and I can understand why for a lot of people it would be what they would pick. But I think for me, I think you can save it. If this was Cody against Rock, I think we'd be excited for tomorrow, and I think we'd quite easily forget what we've just had. But I feel like that's probably the one people are going to mention the most. Biggest success: Bloodline, Chelsea Green, and the Cody booking. Failure. Yeah, I don't know. The failures, I think you could go with the Cody one. You could go with Money in the Bank and how he's booked, like, who wins and the cash-ins. Not all of them have been bad. I mean, I think Tiffany was the right way to go. But I hate the Theory one, and I really hate the Drew one. And it's just little individual things, isn't it, really? It's not really like anything massive. It's just like this bit here and that bit there. And yeah. I can go with either of those, really. Unless anyone has got anything else. I suppose that's the advantage, really, of just having long-term champions, is that you can't really go wrong with it. You can't really go wrong with it because, like, he's built up the Intercontinental. I don't think it was bad having Logan win it, but he probably should have had Logan defend it more. Maybe the booking of the tag division has been a bit underwhelming. 1, 2, shoulder up. I'm happy people finally like Roman, said Nathan. I liked him since 2015. I used to get frustrated with the boos. I'm glad everyone is on board now. Uncle Howdy said, wild idea. Let's go. Roman, and he returns and helps Solo. Imagine that swerve. Don't know how I'd feel, but stranger things have happened, said Uncle Howdy. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it could be that there'd be a lot of confusion, and you may have upset people. I mean, you've got people chanting for Roman to come back. And I think if he does come back and then immediately help Solo, you're going to rain on a lot of parades. Back elbow by Andrade. So that's, you are potentially sacrificing all of that goodwill. But, love that from Andrade. Love that. Goes for a moonsault. Lands on his feet and then hits a standing moonsault. That is excellent. These two cooked before, didn't they? And they're cooking again. It's, honestly, I remember last time these two faced, it was a treat. And we're seeing some really good stuff here again now. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Carmelo goes down as Andrade looking for that figure 4. No, is he? Yeah, it looked like he was really struggling to put on a figure 4 then. He was too high with the other leg. Figure 4, and it is in, and it's looking brutal. Crowd are wooing away. I'd imagine if Ric Flair is watching, there'll be a big smile on his face as Carmelo gets over to the ropes. And that hold is broken. Wow, 40 minutes we've already been... I didn't realise we'd already done 40 minutes. Super kick coming back there by Carmelo. Andrade goes down. LA Knights is not winning Money in the Bank the first time when Priest won. That was a huge letdown, says Cobra. Andrade kicks the midsection. Double underhooks. Round the back. Roll up. 1, 2. No. Oh, little pin. Oh, that's a great pin. And he gets it. Andrade gets it. Another one of his failures would be the women's tag titles. That's true, actually. He hasn't really built those up to be very prestigious, has he? That's true. Okay, let's get people's match score. Okay, we're backstage with Santos, Legado. Aren't they going to bump into Andrade now? Legado needs to get back on track. Your failure. Our failure. Our fortune will turn. So Santos Apollo, is it? Angel and Berto were just spoken to. Berto. Long. Santos Escobar making his way to the ring, so just straight into another match here. And we've still got 2 title matches to come. Tag title matches. So, Apollo against Santos. Uncle Howdy said, Days, Roman Reigns returning and helping the man who is the reason he lost the title after 4 years. It doesn't make sense. If Roman returns and helps Cody, it's terrible booking. Do you think so? Don't you think, though, that things have kind of moved on from... I mean, I could potentially agree if it was straight after WrestleMania, but, I mean, a lot has happened since. So, you know, all of a sudden now, the wise man got attacked. Jimmy got attacked. They both got removed from the bloodline without Roman saying so. I mean, even Roman's been removed. He's no longer tribal chief. Like, all of a sudden, Roman losing to Cody, and losing the title, has kicked up and exposed, dare I say, the real problems. Like, the fact that there was no loyalty. I mean, maybe there was at the time. Solo was quite loyal at the time, but look what's happened now. All of a sudden, he's calling him a weak tribal chief. And, I mean, the disrespect towards Roman has been incredible. Like, Roman has been disrespected, like, publicly by Solo, who's now parading as the tribal chief. He destroyed the wise man. He's kicked out Jimmy and beaten up Jimmy. He's brought in the Tongans. The honor that Roman used to have, you know, I mean, this is the point that Heyman made with Kevin. He was like, listen, it was never personal. It was always about keeping the title. It was never personal. We always had respect for you, is what he said to, I think it was Kevin. But that's not how this bloodline operate. They don't have any respect for anyone. This is about hurting people, you know? So I kind of feel like Roman coming back, he's not coming back to help Cody. It's not really about Cody. It's not about helping Cody. It's 100% about going after Solo. If going after Solo means that Cody keeps the title, well, so be it, right? Cody is just not the concern right now. Cody is not the problem. Cody has not offended Roman. Has not, you know, if anything, they fought honestly, you know. I mean, Roman technically didn't, but I don't know. You know, Rock came down. How much did Roman know about that? Jimmy got involved. How much did Roman know about that? Roman against Cody at WrestleMania, man against man. And, the best man won that night. There's not really a reason for Roman to be upset. He got beat. People lose. He had a hell of a run. Hell of a run. So, I don't know. If he's looking at it now going, like, just livid at Solo, I really don't think it's about helping Cody. I think it's more about stopping Solo being the champ. So, I think for that reason, for me, the booking would be fine. But it's very interesting to hear a different perspective of someone going, nah, this booking would be bad. If we go that way, this booking would suck. Right, here is Apollo. We are back to the action. And King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. King Yeti, very kind. Firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. We've started doing a couple of member streams. We even did a watch along for the members the other day. We watched Money in the Bank 2011. And we were watching that. We're going to get a few opinion videos and bits up as well. And definitely we'll get another watch along queued up as well. So some good stuff going on the members side. Shot to the back there by Santos. AB Jobson, shout out to you. Drew versus Punk is main event of a weekly show, said TJF. Who wins the world title first, said Chris. Solo or Jacob? That's a good question. That's a good question. I feel like it should be Solo, because obviously he's been in longer and he's a bit further down the line, but I feel like Solo is walking his way to a world title. I feel like Jacob is running his way to a world title. And so that question is, when does Jacob overtake Solo? I feel like Solo's moving like this and Jacob's moving like that. At what point is Jacob going to overtake Solo? Could be relatively soon, couldn't it? It could be next year. I really don't know. I don't think Solo gets it this weekend. And I can't see him getting it. I don't think he gets it from Cody. I think by the time Jacob has been in WWE long enough where we can talk about him being champ, I think I think he will have overtook Solo. I'm going to say Jacob. It's a bold prediction, isn't it? That's a bold prediction, considering Solo's got a title match tomorrow. But I'm going to say Jacob, because I don't think Solo wins the title from Cody. I think Cody's going to keep it. I think he's going to defend it against Randy. I think he's going to defend it against The Rock. And I don't know that he ultimately loses it to Solo. Which means, you know, Solo might not be getting his hands on one till 2026, by which time Jacob will be right up there. Right up there. And I think will be the more attractive option, to be honest. So I think it's a very good question. I think if you used to do a poll, I feel like most people would say Solo, because we're literally on the verge of him getting a title match, which makes you think he's going to get more title matches, which could be true. But I don't think Solo is the one that beats Cody. So I'm going to say that I'm going to be bold and say it's Jacob. Here's Apollo. He's got Santos up in the air. Big shot there by Apollo. I'm thinking the same, said Chris. Kick out. Now the match is Bloodline rules. Cody is deaf winning, said Sis. I highly doubt Rikishi runs out, said Alcala. Oh yeah, I don't see that. In fact, they got asked that question, didn't they? Why was Rikishi not the special guest ref? Oh, hello, someone's under the ring. Someone just held Baron Corbin. What was that? Who was under the ring? Escobar has got Apollo. A driver by Escobar. And Santos gets the pin and the win. But someone seemed to grab Baron's leg. Where is this reveal? Who the flip is under the ring? Who was under the ring? Why are they not looking under the ring? I think we've got Blair Davenport in the background again. Here's Bianca and Jade. Quick, get a screenshot, put it on Twitter. People love that stuff. Did you notice this in the background? Tonight it's going to be 2 against 2. Okay, well, there we go. It's pretty straightforward promo from those two. We've got a bit of carpet being laid down. That's good. Oh, no. Scrap that. Not good. I was just like, that's good. It's covering up the Prime logo. And then it turns out it's for Logan Paul's homecoming. Oh, my God. Right. Wasn't it Umberto? I don't think it was Umberto. It was Angel, said Lex Bliss Gamer. I think it was Angel that was under the... I thought you meant in the background. Was it Angel that was under there? Oh, that's not as exciting, is it? Christopher, original tribal chief levels, said, Days, do we think Bron beats Sammy tomorrow? I do, my friend. Yes. I do. In fact, some people might not even know we've got, I think they know we've got the second channel now. We've got, fun fact, we've got a second channel. And I don't just put like rubbish stuff over there. Like, I was originally just going to put clips from the streams, you know, but I'm too lazy to do it. So for some reason, I now make just original content over there instead, which takes more time. But I also think is better. So over there we've got. I should start a third channel. Really thinking about it, where I do put clips. We talk about so much stuff, so much stuff. If I broke every stream down to like 100 clips, do you know what I mean? Because we do. We talk about so much. We cover everything. But anyway. Yeah, on that second channel, we do opinion videos, and we'll do another one tonight on SmackDown. But that's where I put my predictions as well. So I don't know if everyone saw them. I could understand that not everyone even knows that second channel exists. But I did prediction videos, and I also did community predictions. So I asked you guys what were your predictions for SummerSlam. You responded, and we went through those. And so there's I try to keep them about 20 minutes. I do find that it can get a bit repetitive. So 20 minutes is a sweet spot, really, I think, because that way we can get through quite a few of your comments and we can get to a lot of people's thoughts. But it maybe doesn't just get to the point where it's just endlessly repetitive and the same things being said, you know? So we're kind of always trying to balance that. I mean, maybe I could cut it down a bit more, but I don't know. I understand people want to get their points heard. So I'm trying to balance that, and I'm trying to balance, like, you know, not repeating a load of stuff. So anyway, we did a couple of prediction videos. I really like that format. There is one thing I would change, though, and that is I think I need to do polls asking you, everyone, who do you think wins this match? Who do you... And if we're going to do community predictions, I think it'd be really good to have polls results for each of the matches. So I think next time, Bash in Berlin, we'll do the exact same, but I'm just going to tweak it a little bit. I'm just going to add that, where I actually put polls up asking you who you think wins, and then we'll look at the community's results. I think that's, you know, that's the great thing, really, is that we're really doing some stuff that we haven't done before. I mean, we've only been doing that second channel stuff for a few months, and so we're kind of learning as we're going along, making little tweaks and changes. So yeah, my predictions are over there anyway. Okay, right, Logan, Please. Okay, this is Cleveland, yeah? This is Cleveland. If any place should be part of the Logang. Yeah, I mean, these are loud boos. These are loud boos. It's been so long since this city has seen a champion, they may not know how to react. That's what Logan had to say, but Logan Paul is getting booed in Cleveland. Loud. Loud. I mean, at least they've got 3 people. They've managed to find 3 boomers. They've paid 3 boomers to applaud Logan in the ring. I don't know who these boomers are. Prime tastes like water from Lake Erie. That's not the advertising he was hoping for, is it? He weren't after that advertising. Mate, this is the loudest they've been tonight. This is the loudest they've been. Cleveland, I'm home. Wow. I don't think they give a flip. LA Knight, cheer for LA. I've never met a man so eager to take my belt off me. You're not my type. Oh, God, it must be awful, isn't it? LA Knight chants from Cleveland. LA Knight chants. Oh my God. Oh my God. LA Knight chants from Cleveland. Oh my God. He's defended it twice. Said Shockwave, it's ridiculous him having a title. He says, I am Cleveland. It must hurt him on some level. Some level. What kind of welcome is this? Says Logan. People like you can relate to him. Is that Stephanie McMahon? Yep. That's Stephanie. I've only had 2 title defenses. Why are they nodding in the background? They don't know what's going on, do they? Those people in the background, they don't know what they're nodding at. Logan was like, I've only had 2 title defenses in 200 and odd days. And then in the background, they're like, yep. Yep. Esteemed dignitaries. Who are these boomers? Do you think that these people in the background will all turn out to be future NXT superstars? These people in the background, you'll see them on NXT. Because they always do that. They always get people from the PC to play these kind of roles. Man, I can't wait for these. Oh, man, this next class. Full of boomers. Apparently in the next class, just full of 50-year-olds. The greatest class. There's a big Logan banner, and it's been defaced. See, they're applauding. I told you they ain't got a clue what they're doing. They're like... But here's LA. They didn't know what they were clapping. They saw the big banner, and they saw the big yeah, and I think they thought that it was meant to be. They were like, oh my God. Here's LA Knight. Logan had to go over to the dignitaries and say, no, don't clap that. And now they start to look horrified. Oh, God, it's just a mess. Let me talk to you. Do you know what? Of all the words he could have graffitied on there, that's one of the nicest, isn't it? I would have gone with a different word. Begins with C. You better get serious. Imagine if Logan wins. Oh my God. Catch you next Tuesday. That's the one, Pilskin. Yeah, that's the one. You're lucky that's the worst of what's happening to you right now. Loud LA Night. I'm amazed. I didn't know how the crowd would react, but I remember Jake fighting in Cleveland and getting a bad reaction. Oh, I didn't expect it to be this bad. You're from Westlake, aren't you, you goof? I do like the banner thing. He said, I'm going to get you another banner. That was a very PG banner, wasn't it? Okay, so he's gone to the back to find a new banner. There's Apollo. It's interesting seeing who's standing. Oh, pretty deadly. Why are we doing this? Who's standing around? It's interesting to look who's standing around, isn't it? Oh, he's gone to his prime truck. How about this thing? Logan goes running to the back. There he is. Yeah, he goes running towards the truck. LA Knight drives off. Well, I mean, it's LA Knight that's suffering, really. He's got to drive around in the flipping thing. Trust me, it's LA Knight that's got the worst of that. Imagine driving on the streets of Cleveland with a prime truck. Imagine you'd be getting bottles thrown at you, and there ain't going to be bottles of well, there might be, actually. I was thinking bottles filled with urine, but it's the same thing, really. LA Knight's going to be US champ, said Mike. Grand Theft Night, said Florist Gump. Yes. Oh, I love Florist Gump. Love that. Yeah, I hope you've opened a shop. Florist Gump? Love that. Someone needs to tell him he's not Steve Austin. Logan got hit with another lawsuit. He needs to be a good sport to pay those legal fees, said Sis. So they left the keys in, said Spartan Major. Yep. Must have. Where's the banner? Oh, he's gone off to get it. He's gone off to get it. They'll find that thing in the drink, said Zoom Station. I would have destroyed it like Austin would, said Suzanne. That's a GTA 6 promo, said William. Well, it looks rubbish. If that's what you can do in GTA 6, I might pass. I don't have much appetite for driving around in a prime truck. Do we think Jake Paul appears, said Spartan Major? Maybe. He's appeared before. Because we're in Cleveland, there's maybe an increased chance, but I'm going to lean towards no. But he could do. He appeared in Saudi Arabia. Here's Alba and Isla. Just book LA Knight Steve Austin at WrestleMania since he's going to be there anyway, said Dr. Luchalala. Isla and Alba versus Bianca and Jade. Tuesday, we've got the next Great American Bash. Oh man, ratings really suffering because of the Olympics and the sci-fi move at the moment. I would imagine this is going to be another difficult week. Continues Tuesday. The truck behind Logan had Dark Alexa. I don't think it has anything to do with Logan, but they keep showing us Dark Alexa, said Bip Fishing. Art King said, why can't he wrestle someone who can take bumps? Why can't he wrestle someone that can take, but who? Who are we talking about? At least Logan night segment wasn't completely trash, said Geezat HD. No, it was fine. It was fine. It was entertaining. Is what comes up the emoji search if you search for banner? What is it? Flowers. Is it flowers? Can you decide my next match for DBE? What does that mean? Dr. Luchalala said, I still can't forget the meme of Nick Aldis checking out Isla Dawn. Who sits there questioning whether to watch wrestling or Olympics, said Dortnight. It was garbage, said James. Oh, well, didn't you enjoy Cleveland booing him out the building? I got a warmth from that. Remember, pre-show 3 hours. It is 3 hours. Why is there no match during the 3-hour pre-show? I honestly don't know. It doesn't really make much sense. There must be a logic to it. Perhaps the superstars hate being on the pre-show. Like, perhaps it feels offensive, or perhaps they just want to use that time to make sure that you don't want to miss SummerSlam, you know? We're going to spend 3 hours telling you about how amazing the show is. We're going to tell you about all the matches. We're going to do exclusive interviews to build up the matches. Because it is true. I mean, if you do a match on the pre-show, that doesn't necessarily help promote the show that's about to happen. I mean, maybe it'll whet your appetite for oh, did you enjoy this match? We've got more coming up. But I don't know if that really works, to be honest. Really, it's just for us, isn't it, to enjoy? I mean, look, I'd put one on. But I can understand why they don't do 3 hours of matches. I'd put one on. But I'd put one on for a 2-hour one. I think you could fit one on a 2-hour one as well. So maybe I'd have 2 on a 3-hour one. I don't know. But I do understand why they lean heavily into video packages and whatnot. I do understand that. 3 hours is crazy. At least it's not Indy Candice for the tag title, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Days, the Olympics are over till Saturday for me, or late Saturday for you, says Tall Guy. Here's Logan and Nick Aldis. Make this right. Nick Aldis said, I'll take it up with your dignitaries. So is all a little bit frazzled. Oh, it's just not going well, is it? It's just not going well. Sigmund said, is Tommy streaming tomorrow for AEW? I don't know. I don't know, but... Michael said, it's Wrestling Misfits. I tagged you in some great stuff. Hope you check it out. Yeah, I'll go through everything. I will go through everything. The only thing I'd say is a lot of the time what I find is that I get tagged in the same things like repeatedly. So it could be that you tag me in some really good stuff, but it might be that that's stuff that I've already received, you know? So it might not be anything to do with the quality of what you're tagging me in. It might just be that I've already been tagged in it. So it's hard to know. I would say, like, if you really want to try and get in unseen, I would say the best things to look for are maybe like more obscure things. I think the stuff from, like, say, Sportskeeda, the stuff from Wrestle Talk, the stuff from, I don't know, WWE or the wrestlers, I tend to get tagged in that like loads of times. But maybe some of the funny memes that people have, maybe some of the funny memes that you see as you're just going through Twitter, there's no guarantee I'll get tagged in those. So yeah, I would say that there's a way of maybe getting featured in unseen, and that would probably be a better way. Attitude Era would have had Party Girls in the truck, said Zoom Station. Days, what are your top 5 movies? I don't have top 5 movies. I'm not really a movie person, to be honest. So, I don't really have a top 5. We read that. Okay, Bianca and Jade have made their way down. We're getting to this women's championship match. We've still got 47 minutes to go, you know. I met Johnny and Bianca sign in the crowd. Jade flashing the guns. Dude dressed as Macho Man. I've still not seen Trinidad Flag Guy, but he's got to be there. I never needed you at all. Alicia Taylor is the ring announcer. I don't know why, but earlier when she was introducing Santos, I really thought it was Samantha. She looks great. So they're getting their intros. I'm in love with Jade, said A.B. Jobson. Oh my God. You'd be A.B. Cargill. Well, she might take your name, actually, but you could be A.B. Cargill. Think about that. Or take her first name. You could be Jade Jobson. Here's Alba and Isla. Are they about to drop these titles? In fact, that'd be a good question. Let's ask that question. Are we going to get new champs? Will we get new women's tag champs? I don't mean ever, just tonight. Is it going to be Jade Bianca or is it going to be Alba and Isla? Who wins? Here we go, the challengers. Coming out the gates. Looking good. Fall away slams. Did you see where Alexa Bliss has been added the pink back in her hair? No. Okay, Isla throwing in some shots to Jade. Bell has sounded and we are underway. Shoulder tackle there by Jade. Bianca and Jade will break up tonight, said SQRL13. Maybe Roman returns tonight because everyone expects it tomorrow, said Arm. I think it's too big for tonight, to be honest. The female tag division is so bad, said Dortnight. Shockwave said no new champs tonight. Oh, really? At all? Giza HD said I voted yes, but after thinking about it, they might draw out the feud. Alkaline said, I say no. I think the match ends in a DQ. Mike said, are the Bloodline winning tonight? I said no, but if I was booking it, would be yes. Nathan said, my top movies are Star Wars, On the Waterfront, Streetcar Named Desire. My God, are you like 75? Apocalypse Now, Good Morning Vietnam, and Psycho. I saw a Streetcar Named Desire, and it was all like black and white. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it loses marks for that because literally we've got colour now. Here's Bianca and Jade. They have got Isla and Alba up, and they let them go. Both come crashing down. There we go. Go to commercial break. Jade wore out her heel welcome in AEW. I want Jade to go after the Women's Championship. Reigns returns tomorrow during the Bloodline Rules match, most likely, says Albert. Mike Sim 34, shout out to you, buds. Bianca is a better heel, said James. Shockwave said can't beat a good horror. That's true. That's true. Texas Chainsaw Massacre's good. I think if I was to try and go for like favorite films, I feel like Rocky might be in the mix. Texas Chainsaw might be in the mix. Senna would definitely be in the mix. It's a documentary about a racing car driver, which is amazing. I don't know, I'm just not a film person, really. I do like horrors, but I don't know that I would put them in my top 5. I mean, I enjoy Cool Runnings, but I just looked here. I can see City of God. That is an amazing film. Do love City of God. That is an amazing film. Godfather's good. Star Wars. I don't know if you'd go for the first or Empire Strikes Back, but I mean, Blade Runner. I don't know. I'm just not really a film person. It's difficult for me. Jade looks damn good. Modern horror films are awful, said Dortnight. You can't beat Psycho and Halloween. Goodfellas. Goodfellas is good. Boogie Nights. Love Boogie Nights. And Trainspotting. They're both great. Love those. Yeah. Cult classic, Army of Darkness. 28 days later. Have you seen the original Crow? It's amazing. I haven't. No, actually, no. Blade Runner is good. Blade Runner, yep. Human Centipede might be for you. Seen it. It wasn't. I've never seen Usual Suspects. Never seen Usual Suspects. But I have seen Pulp Fiction. And that was goated. It's got me thinking now. I'm thinking about like Tarantino films, but okay, we're trying to get a tag made here by Jade. She's trying to get over to the ropes and kick. Oh, and Isla pulls Bianca off the edge of the ring. Reservoir Dogs, good film. I would put Pulp Fiction ahead of it personally, but it's still a really great film. Man on Fire is a great movie. Yes. Friday the 13th. Love it. Love it. Fight Club. Great film. Shawshank Redemption. To be honest, Shawshank Redemption and like Schindler's List and like those kind of really heartfelt films, like they're so emotional and meaningful. I don't know. I think they're maybe too like much for me. I think I would much rather a Boogie Nights. The question one: are there any boobs in it? So, you know, a Boogie Nights, a Pulp Fiction. I just have more fun with those films. I just have a better night, a better time with those films. Maybe they don't mean as much, but I just enjoy them more. So yeah, Boogie Nights, Pulp Fiction, Trainspotting. Those ones, I think would be higher up my list than, say, a Schindler's List or a Shawshank, or, you know, those kind of real emotional. Shawshank's got a lot more to it, though, innit? It's a good shout. It's right up there if you look at lists. Look, Bianca's on fire here. Bianca doing some brilliant work. She's taking on Isla and Alba all by herself right now. Big clubbing blows. Donnie, I can't get on with Donnie Darko. I'm one of those that's like, well, explain that to me again. What's the rabbit? Where's the plane crash come from? What? It's what Donnie Darko is one of those films that people tell you is really good, and you go, yeah. But in my head, I'm like, I don't get it. Isla makes the save. Jade comes in. What about Karate Kids? It's fine. I wouldn't have it in my top 5. It's fine. It's a fine family film. Enjoyable watch. Roll up. 1, 2, kick out though by Bianca. Oh my god, massive right hands into the KOD. Blair Davenport interferes. Blair Davenport interferes. So it's going to be a DQ. So it's a DQ. So it is a victory for Bianca and Jade's. Blair Davenport seems to be joining up with Isla and Alba. That could be an interesting group, couldn't it? I don't know how I feel about that. That could be an interesting group. That's a chop block there by Isla. So we've got a bit of a developing situation here. I don't know if she's just coming in to help, or if she's like going to be a full-blown member. I mean, she kind of fits that group. She's a spooky, isn't she? Jade gets thrown over the commentary table. She's British. And spooky. I think she's spooky. But then I think that about all women, to be honest. Well, there we go. Oh, he did call them the Unholy Union. Well, they just got unholier. Jade down, Isla, Alba, and Blair. I've got 100 greatest matches book. It's pretty solid so far. Oh, sounds good. My first boxing coach was in Trainspotting 2 as Mr. Doyle before he got shots. Oh. Uncle Howdy said, new tag champs feel like we're going to get a screwy finish tonight with a rematch at SummerSlam. It's a bit loud again. Turn it down. Days, if you meet a lady on one of your drunken days out, how will you manage the channel and date him? Won't happen, mate. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I have sold my soul and I have given my heart to all of you. Tyler said Bloodline aren't winning. Sigmund said, what are the thoughts on the show at halftime? Well, 3/4, I would say it's been fine. I don't think it's been too bad for a go home. I don't know that there's anything that monumental. I mean, we did get a stipulation added to Cody and Solo. We did get a really good match out of Andrade and Carmelo. Blair joining up with Isla and Alba, I think, is interesting. Does make me wonder if that's a long-term thing. So, okay, I got some up from that. Santos and Apollo I didn't need. And that's about it, really, isn't it? I mean, I'm trying to think what else we've had. The Logan segment was okay. It wasn't anything monumental, but I think hearing that reaction from Cleveland, I got some up from that. I was entertained. The banner is... I always like when they do those big things. I always like when they do those big moments. It was a banner that had the word "yeah" graffitied on it. Who gives a flip? But I'd rather have that than not have that. Like, it was, you know, I like those big reveals. I like those big spots. I like those moments. It probably could have been something a bit better. I think they could have graffitied it a bit more. You know, put a moustache on him. Put an L on his head. I don't know. Fangs. They just wrote the word "yeah." I think he could have gone a lot further. Could have drawn a little dong. Imagine that. Little tiny dong. Little tiny balls. That would have been... Come on. That would have been goated. Come on. You can't tell me that wouldn't have been amazing if the banner came down. There was no graffiti on there, right? And in fact, it's so small you don't even really notice, but the camera picks up on it. So even everyone's applauding in the ring, and then the camera zooms in, and you can just see this little tiny dong, these little tiny balls. But no, we can't have good things. I mean, not that a little tiny dong is a good thing, but you know what I mean. You get my point. That would trigger PTSD for the Miz. You're right. You're right. It would not be fair to the Miz. Sigmund said, "I like it when Daze behaves like an immature individual." Well, it's a good job I don't. Dong. Oh, look at this. How Michael Cole got over. Cole has called 23 WrestleManias, a generation of fans. Went too quick. Every wrestler wants to find their pairing on their headset. Michael Cole has been my guy, said Cody. Go to the ringer. I've saw excerpts from it. He does big himself up. Triple H is making fun out of him. He actually even said something which was really interesting. He said about how Vince had occasionally been inappropriate. Not in like a sexual way, but in a like the kind of things that he said to him kind of a way. It'd been I think just with some of the stuff he said to him in his ear, like apparently he's gone to the back and he's gone ballistic at Vince, he said in this interview. What was that BS and all this kind of stuff? And he said Vince responded well to that kind of confrontation. Apparently it's just not like that under Triple H. Unsurprisingly. Did you see what he said about Vince? Yes. Did you see the reports of John Cena Gunther being planned at some point during Cena's retirement? Should be. What a great build that would be. Gunther as champ and Cena trying to beat him. Cena shouldn't beat him. Shouldn't beat Gunther. They should do that match though. I want to see old man Boomer Cena beating Gunther, the Ring General. He can win that title. Give him the 17th, but not by beating Gunther. Right, they're just running down the SummerSlam cards. Would you think WWE is doing a 3-hour pre-show to make sure people don't see AEW? That show's at 5. Ooh. Maybe. A bit petty if that's what they're doing, though, to be honest, because I don't think that show means anything, does it? I don't think that show matters. I don't think anyone looks at Collision and really... But actually, I'll scrap that. Like, there ain't many people that are looking at Collision these days. It gets like 400,000 views, I think, so... I mean, I'm not being disrespectful to it. I'm just saying it just ain't... It ain't a concern. So, I don't know if they're doing that. I think it's quite petty if that's the reason. So, I genuinely don't know. Summerslam card is looking pretty good, said Matt. I didn't say Cena would beat him, said Brony. I just said how good the build would be. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying he shouldn't beat him. In my opinion. I know a lot of people would build Cena up really strong next year, and I would as well, to be honest, but I've got my limits, you know? I've got lines that I'm not willing to cross. He can beat Randy Orton. That's fine. He can beat... Who else can he beat? Whoever he wants, really. I've just got a little list of people that I ain't going to tolerate. And Gunther might be at the top of that list. And Ilya Dragunov's on that list as well, by the way. I'm willing to allow him beating Sammy because I feel like he probably would beat Sammy, unfortunately. So he can beat Sammy, but I will not tolerate Ilya or Gunther losing to John Cena next year. There will be a very angry letter written, let me tell you. Let me tell you. He can beat Jey Uso. I know a lot of you will be upset. Don't give a flip. Don't care. Mr. Yeet can take an L. He'll be Mr. Leet. But I ain't tolerating Ilya or Gunther losing. Bron needs a big IC title run. Says Mike, it ain't Hogan Zeus, but it's all right, said LB. That's when we had a build, eh? That's when we had a show. Okay, so we just got a video package looking at Bayley and Nia. Days, what do we think about Shane meeting with Tony? We did a video on it. I don't think there's much to it. I am surprised by it. I don't know that anything comes from it. I don't know if it wasn't just a bit of a warning from Shane, like, because apparently he is interested in coming back. So, you know, a picture of him meeting with Tony might just cause a bit of concern in WWE. So all of a sudden now, maybe they'll be a bit more open to finding. They should find something for him. I think it's off really if they don't find something for him. It doesn't even have to be anything good. Find something for him. But yeah, apparently they've not been interested, so meets up with Tony. What can you do for me? He came out and made a statement. We were talking about it in Unseen. He kind of played it down, really. He was like, yeah, we were just chatting, you know, mostly talking about this. And the point I made was, okay, well, it's lovely to know what you was mostly talking about, but what about the other bits? What about the bits that you weren't mostly talking about? That's the stuff we want to know about. Bayley calling Nia reckless. AWC legend said, Days, I appreciate the work and I do love the streams. I've been a fan for years and I can't wait for tomorrow. AWC legend, that's lovely. I was waiting for the but. I was reading that. I was like, appreciate the work. Love the streams. Been a fan for years. But can't wait for tomorrow. Turned out it was all lovely. Eh? I was shocked. But appreciated, AWC legend. Shout out to you. Right, here we are backstage. Miss Money in the Bank. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh! it's pink. It's pink. It says Money in the Bank, but the O says Tiffy time. It's got a strap on. It's got... Isn't that adorable, said Chelsea. She'd love that. Oh, I do like the strap on it. The strap on it, she's got it over her shoulder now, and that does work for her. Tacky time. Green is definitely not your colour. Toodles. Well, there we go. The new Money in the Bank briefcase has been unveiled, and it looks exactly as we thought. I did think, actually, that they would put Tiffy in the bank on, but they kept it Money in the Bank. It's just the O says Tiffy time. It's good. Works for her. It's good. Okay, here's Jacob. Toodles. Toodles. The briefcase has a strap on. It's a kinky case, said Shockwave. Okay, let me end this poll, because we've got I'm guessing main event at this point. Okay, so that was Jade and Bianca versus Isla and Alba. Okay, main event coming up. Tama Tonga and Jacob Fatu. I mean, if this is a clean match, I'm thinking it would be Bloodline. How did DIY win this? It's Jacob. It's tricky. I think this is tricky, you know. Days, I could definitely see WWE having Alexa and Nikki go after Bianca and Jade. That would be the only scenario where Alexa coming back for the tag titles would make sense because of Bianca. I hear you. Maka said, if you had £10, are you putting it on Nia or Bailey? I think I'm putting it on Nia. I think I'm putting it on Nia. It's tricky though, because we could do the rematch at Bash in Berlin and Nia could get it there. I can't shake that visual of Nia with the belt and Tiffany right by her side with the briefcase. And then Nia being in vulnerable positions and Tiffany like looking at the briefcase. I can just see it. I can just see her looking and like the cogs going round. That's my friend. This is my opportunity. But that's my friend. But this is my opportunity. I don't know what to do. I just think there's so much you could get out of that. So much you could get out of that. What Bailey would go on to do, I'm not sure. And I don't think her reign has been brilliant. Again, not her fault. Creative. Not really having a great deal for her. So I think I'm just leaning Nia. But you could keep it on Bailey and then have Nia win it at Bash in Berlin. But then a lot of people are thinking that that's what they're going to do with Damian and Gunther. So I don't know that they would do it with Damian and Gunther and Bailey and Nia, you know? It's a tricky one, that. It's a tricky one. What match are we looking forward to the most, said Philip? For me personally, probably Liv Rhea. I am looking forward to Damian Gunther. 'Cause if Gunther wins the world title, that'll be awesome. That'll be cool. I think LA Knight stands a brilliant chance of beating Logan, so I'm looking forward to that. And honestly, the main event as well, because I think there's a really good chance to get Roman. So I just think the Seth thing has really took the edge off Drew Punk for me. I'm not hating on it. I'm just not as excited for it as I think I would have been. But still excited, still down for seeing it. You know, can't wait to see what they've got up their sleeve. So yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be a really good show. I was looking forward to Drew Punk, but I've lost a bit of interest, said Aubrey. I think it's the Seth thing. You just want to build the hatred between them, and I think Seth feels like he's going to get involved. He's not going to call it evenly, or he's going to screw them both. That's going to be frustrating. Just want to see them ripping each other apart, really. And I'm sure Seth wants to see that as well, so I'm sure he's going to allow them to do that. But I don't know. You kind of go into it a bit like with trepidation, don't you? Rather than all-out excitement. Here's Tommaso. Where's Johnny? Oh, there's Candice. And Indy. And baby Candice. Johnny from Cleveland. Candice is a heel, is she not? And Indy as well. We're in Cleveland. Let's go. Let's go. So they're backstage doing their promo. We've only got 17 minutes. Cleveland, Ohio. Let's freaking go. Johnny's ready, man. There's no way DIY will lose, said Mike. Okay, here we go. I was trying to keep an eye on in the background to see if there was anything, but I don't know. It's not really that show, but we have been getting like Blair Davenport in the background. Well, a better reaction for Johnny than Logan got. Alan, hello. Shout out to you. Justin said WWE are going to reward Nia for all her good work. She's definitely winning tomorrow. Tiff is said to be getting rewarded as well. Dr. Luchalala said DIY are Triple H's favourites. They're not losing. Harry said Bayley to win a women's mid-card title, though. Thoughts? Love that, Harry. Love that. I think trying to find something for Bayley to do if she's not going to be carrying one of the top titles is obviously very important. So her being like maybe the first United States women's champion, that would be pretty fun. I really would make Natalya the first women's intercontinental. But Bayley being the first United States, ain't got a problem with that. Okay, here we go then. Main event. We've got what, 15 minutes? We're not drowning in time. Oh, I think her voice had a little wobble. That promo just sealed it for DIY. They're losing tonight. Triple H dipping into his Vince bag. Oh, he might want to be a bit careful. Tiffy time. Here we go. I would change all this over, but can't be bothered. There it is for those that haven't seen it. That is the new Money in the Bank briefcase. Get your orders in now. Guys, if you are ordering it, if they've got it on Euroshop, you should be able to save with days 15. So, I mean, just saying. Just saying. I'm just looking at the details. I mean, I can't remember if it's got these little, like, you know, the little sheen marks on the letters. Don't know if it's got that on the other. I do like those. It might have them on the other one. I've never really studied it that much, but I do like those. The way it looks like polished and it's glistening. Tiffy time there is good. It's a little bit like a side plate, isn't it? You know, like if you've got a belt, they put a side plate on. Well, here in the O, that's a bit like a side plate. So that's nice. Slightly strange that they've gone with like the stripes down here. Little bit of padding on the handle. I thought that it would be maybe more bejeweled on the front. But no, does the job, don't it? I mean, ticks boxes. The jewels are all on the side. So there we go. That is it for anyone that's not seen it. Tiffy time. I'll walk in a gym with that pink briefcase, said Zoom Station. That will so be my luggage if I visit the UK this year, said William. I am your father, said not enough pink. Ian said, go to WWE shop, they'll give you 20. That is true, Ian. That is true. In fact, don't use my code. It's a flipping scam. It's a scam. I'm not the one scamming you. It's WWE. They're scamming me. Oh, would you like a code to share with your community? Oh, yeah, I think they'd really appreciate it. Oh, well, we'll do this for you. Oh, thank you. Didn't tell me that they normally give off 20% anyway, did they? No. No. Oh, yeah, you can tell everyone you can save them 15%. Oh, brilliant. Thanks. Just make me look like a fraud in front of my friends. So, yeah, don't use that code. It's probably all right on days where they're not running the 20% off. It's just that every time we look, they're running a 20% off, you know? I mean, honestly, you try, don't you? You try. I want Wingstop side plates on my championship belt, said that Jeff Delaney. I think you would fit in with WWE very well. Because I think they would also want you to have Wingstop side plates. Summerslam main event is going to be Bloodline rules. And a new stable has formed on SmackDown. Breaking news. Breaking news. Oh, yeah. Little bit of pink look. Dr. Luchalala said, don't worry, Days. When you get to 300,000, they'll come back with 20%. No. It'll be 16. Be 16. It'll just keep slowly going. And once we get to 20, they'll start offering 25. I'm telling you, it's just a big scam. They're just doing me over. This is funny to them. This is how they get their kicks. Honestly. So anyway, look, here's some pink in Alexa's hair. So, there we go. Does that mean goddess? Doesn't mean anything. Perhaps she's a Tiffany Stratton fan. I don't know. But geezer, I appreciate it, and I'm going to add it to Unseen. And like a really good YouTuber, I'm going to make a massive deal out of it. If you watch Unseen later, I'm going to be like, guys, massive news. Look at this. Pink in the hair. Pink in... You know what that means. Massive. Massive. Actually, I'm looking at it going, I don't know what it means. What does it mean? Did she have pink in her hair when she was the playground, Alexa? I don't know. Brady, does this mean anything? What does this mean? Do I need to be excited? Let me know. Days, what would you rate WWE so far this year? I think they're pretty good. I thought WrestleMania really delivered, and the build was fantastic. I think it has dipped down after, but I really enjoyed King and Queen of the Ring. I thought it was an excellent tournament. Obviously, Nightbird has killed it. I mean, if you think about what we got this year with WrestleMania, even before that, the changing of the plans, like The Rock's going to, like, we want Cody movement, and then Nightbirds and Wyatt 6. I feel like we've had really good this year. Feel like we've had really good. And of course, CM Punk, like, now gonna have, like, matches. He's about to have his first match in 10 odd years. I know people have said, oh, he's had a match on the house shows. Who gives a flip? And he was at the Royal Rumble. So he's about to have his first singles match on TV tomorrow in like 10.5 years. So I mean, imagine that. Imagine a few years ago saying that we'd have CM Punk back and he'd be having matches in WWE. Okay, DIY in control. They're obviously quite quick out of the gates because we've only got 8 minutes. Triple H's booking has been far from perfect, but it's been a hell of a lot better than what we had to deal with. That's true, James. That is very true. Tag being made. Jacob! Oh my God! Jacob! Charging over. Boom! Collides into Tommaso. Tag being made. Here's Tamatonga. Up top. Frog splash. Boom! Connects. 1, 2. Oh. Johnny makes the save. Johnny makes the save. Jab coming in there by Jacob. Goes to the outsides. Nightbird is goated and unexpected. I wasn't expecting the massacre right away, said Nathan. I've DM'd you in the post, said Lexus Gamer. Thank you. Alexa did have pink hair when she was in the playground, but she didn't have pink in her hair before tonight. So we still don't know if it's Goddess or Playground. I was hoping she didn't have it when she was Playground, and then we'd be like, oh my God, I think this means Goddess, but that means we can't really, we don't know anything. Right, here we go. Here's Tamatonga. Oof. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Johnny. Brady, I've responded to you with the word thanks, but because I'm in a little bit of a rush because I'm trying to watch this, I put it all in caps. So it seems like I'm shouting, but I'm not. Kicks coming in there by Tamatonga, and kicks coming in by Jacob. What are your thoughts on WCW Character 7? I mean, it wasn't to my taste. What with him, like, floating his way down to the ring? It wasn't, I mean, like, that was so bizarre. You could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to dig into that kind of Undertaker mystique, but I don't know. I don't think they quite got it right, did they? And it didn't really resonate that well with people. Did you like it? I'm here going, oh, I don't think it was very good, blah, 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 but... Oh! Poison Rana by Johnny! How long we got? 5 minutes! Oh, it didn't affect him! It didn't affect him! Super kick there by Jacob! Picks up Johnny! Boom! Big Samoan drop! Oh my God! Jacob's killing Johnny! Oh, and a massive moonsault! It's done. It's done. It's dead. It's over. Unless Tommaso's making the save. 2. New champs. New champs. Jacob just murdered Johnny Gargano. He just murdered him. He just murdered him. Jacob is a one-man wrecking ball. Wow. Every week, this guy just blows our mind. Every week, this guy blows our mind. Look at that. Poison Rana did nothing, mate. It didn't do anything. Shh. How long we got? 4 minutes. Oh my God. Is Jacob already the greatest thing I've ever seen, said Adam. Jacob Fatu is the greatest wrestler in the history of professional wrestling. Already. Already. The tag titles are put over the shoulders of Solo. Gotta tell you, man, it's the right move. You build up this bloodline. It's the right move. And the way Jacob did it was devastating. Devastating. Cody, Solo, tomorrow. Oh my God, he's so quick. He's so explosive. He's so impressive. Wow. It's amazing. He just said something over there. He just whispered something over to Tamatonga. I don't know what he just said. I think it was like throw up the wands or something like that. Wow. Holy Fatu. I know, man. He's so explosive. It's not easy to see why he's so over. He just throws everything in with 100%. Now, thinking about it, I guess it makes Solo a bit more credible until Roman comes back to show him what's up. Oh my God, can you imagine that moment that Roman's face to face with Jacob? Imagine that moment. Imagine like Roman deals with Tama, deals with Tonga, and then all of a sudden Jacob's there staring at Roman Reigns. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't even know who should win that match. I don't even know who should. I feel like, of course, it should be Roman. It should be Roman. But I'm like, should it be Roman? should it be Roman? Can we do Gunther versus Jacob? How do we ever build to that? I'm trying to think, like, we've got this absolute monster. But that's kind of like what Gunther's meant to be. Gunther's sort of meant to be the new Brock, and Jacob's meant to be the new, I don't know, Umaga, Rikishi, Yokozuna. He's the new Jacob, isn't he, really? I suppose new Umaga, but an Umaga that I think is going to be a lot more successful. It's crazy, actually, that Umaga wasn't more successful when you look back. Wow, it's amazing, isn't it? Gregory said there's too many people expecting Roman. He may not show. Lupa Lucciolari said so. Now the last 3 PLE go-homes have had title changes. Weird move, but it's good to know something good might happen on these go-home shows now. Tamatonga meant nothing in that victory, said Zoomstead. No, he didn't. Was he? I don't even know if he was in the match, to be honest. Did he even come out? Sigmund said, would you be in favour of having a transgender wrestler win the WWE... Oh, it's deleted. That's good, because that means I don't have to answer it. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, when you think about it, NXT 2.0 generation are starting to take over. Solo in the main event, Braun in the IC title match, and Gunther in the world title match. That is true. That is true. It is interesting if you think that Solo was in the NXT not that long ago. I mean, he came up at Clash at the Castle, didn't he? Came up at Clash at the Castle. And now he is literally about to main event SummerSlam. How long has that been? It's just over 2 years, isn't it? When was Clash at the Castle? 2022? Trying to think of the month. I want to say that it was around summertime. It might have just took him 2 years to main event SummerSlam. Now, granted, he's kind of fast-tracked because he's in the Bloodline. But, like, that's quick, innit? That is quick. So, I mean, it's been really good for him. It's been really good for Gunther. Yeah. Trying to think who else was around, though. I mean, I don't know that there's too many that have come out of 2.0. Suppose you had Johnny. He was still around. I don't know that you can really count him as a 2.0 wrestler, though. Grayson Waller. Bron Breakker. They're coming through, aren't they? I think they're coming through. People are still in NXT at the same time that Solo was. But where was Jimmy? Well, I'm guessing that's going to be tomorrow. I'm guessing. I'm Villain said, I can't wait for Paul Heyman to come out and yell, "Welcome back, my tribal chief." TJF said Solo only came up as there was no one else to help Roman. Adam said, like, really, when's the last time we had a talent that we're all so excited to see debut like Fatu has? It's been crazy, isn't it? Days Jacob Fatu has been in WWE a month and a half and is already a tag team champ. It's only the beginning. It's amazing. It is one hell of a rise for Jacob Fatu. Continues to impress. So let's get these scores, shall we? So 49% greats, 31% goods, 10% all-time, 8% bad. So that got a great 59% rating, which puts it second just behind our main event, our first match, which was Andrade against Carmelo. So main event, great 59, Andrade, Carmelo, great 64. So with that, I'm going to run away, get a few bits and bobs done. I'll get the poll up on the second channel, and I will ask for your opinions on Twitter. So keep your eyes peeled for that, because I'll be asking for that feedback now. So, right, lovely. Well, before we go, Regan said, okay, I figured this out already. Jay and Jimmy side with Roman and they win the tag titles. Solo wins at SummerSlam, then loses to Roman. Then we get Rock and Roman. So, Regan thinking that is the direction that things are going to go. They could do. We'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow in less than 24 hours time. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. I'll see you again next time.